My mom and I were driving up the California coast from Los Angeles to Sacramento. The date was September 26th, 1969. We wanted to take our time and enjoy the scenic route. Mom had packed lunch, and we decided to stop at a place called Lake Berryessa. The lake is fairly close to Napa, in between San Francisco and Sacramento. We had our dog with us. We wanted to walk her for a bit, find a place to eat lunch. My mom spotted a parking lot and turned into it. The area was desolate and very quiet. There was one car in the parking lot. It was an old off-white sedan. My mother noticed that there were clothes on hangers hanging from the little hooks behind the windows in the back seat of the car. She commented that because of the clothing, it looked like someone was traveling. She didn't say anything more, but I sensed that she was a bit wary about being in such a lonely place and seeing one car in the parking lot, but not a soul around. Mom and I began walking with our dog on her leash and looking around for a spot to sit down and eat lunch. We saw a few picnic tables in the short distance. The lake was to our left as we walked towards the picnic tables, but before we sat down at one of the tables, we wanted to let our dog walk around a bit more. So we turned in a somewhat wide circle. The lake and the narrow beach along the lake was now on our right. There were tall brown weeds in front of us, but off to the right. As we were walking along, we heard a voice that came from the tall weeds. The voice, clearly a male voice and somewhat gruff, called, "Hey, psst, psst, hey you, come here." And he repeated again, "Psst, come here." As I'm writing this and remembering the freeze-frame fear of that moment, I have chills. My mother yelled, "Run," and grabbed the dog in her arms. We ran back to our Volkswagen Bug, jumped in, locked the doors, and got out of there faster than fast. On September 28th, 1969, 2 days later, the TV and the newspapers were full of news about a hideous attack at Lake Berryessa. The Zodiac killer had murdered a young woman and severely wounded a man who had been sitting on the exact beach by the lake that my mother and I had passed, just before hearing the voice coming from the weeds. My mother heard the news and said, "Yep, it was him." Interestingly, I live not more than 50 miles from that lake and beach that my mom walked past all those years ago, where the crime was committed. The region surrounding Lake Berryessa is stunningly beautiful. Abundant foliage, wildlife, and of course, the lake. Though, I still cannot go to the place where the Zodiac was. My memory of the evil I felt that day just doesn't leave me. Having a family member in a branch of the armed services takes a mental toll on everyone involved. My brother Clay and I couldn't have been more different growing up, and that stayed the same way through our adulthood. Clay served in the military while I listened to Rage Against the Machine and skateboarded. He became a police officer in a neighboring city, and I was arrested multiple times for drug possession, theft, and burglary in the city he served. He never had the honor of taking his little brother down, but he would visit me whenever he found out I got locked up again. Clay had always been a serious kid, never joked around, always working his ass off at something. Tough kid too, and that transferred into adulthood. There's still banners at the old gym with Clay's name on it from all of the boxing records and awards he'd won. During our visits, both from behind bars and back home, Clay would come over to our mom's house where I was staying. He'd casually talk about seeing car accidents, homicides, and any other death bringers that you could think of, all while sipping on a cup of coffee. Really troubling things, but he'd talk about them like he was discussing the weather. He told me once that his first interaction with people was usually on one of the worst days of their lives, be it a victim or suspect. The police are never involved because of happy scenarios. Sure, he'd try to play ball with the kids after school when he had the chance. Clay actually smiled when he told those small stories. But as the years passed, Clay's personality became more stoic. Slowly, he stopped sharing pieces of his day because he didn't want to burn us out, even though Mom and I never expressed discomfort about the things he told us. I think retelling the horrors of his day made him relive those moments and re-feel those gut-wrenching emotions. He didn't want to be the rain cloud when he entered the house. When I got my own place, Clay stopped by, rarely. Once it was to drop off a generator. The only other memorable time was when he came to decompress after an especially hard and strange night. The night he came over, it was completely unexpected. I think I was just sitting in my underwear, half asleep on the couch, when Clay started banging on the door. It scared the hell out of me, but along with the pounding, I heard his voice calling my name, telling me to open the door. Once I knew who it was, I jumped to my feet and ran to open it. When I did, Clay walked in, looking like he'd seen a ghost, pale as he could possibly be. I've never seen him like that before. He was visibly shaken. Clay walked over and plopped down on my couch. I asked him what was going on. At first, he just kept repeating that he needed someone to talk to, that he needed to see his brother. Talk about what? I asked. Then, Clay started crying, like I'd never seen him cry before. He said he'd seen something that really messed with his mind. He didn't think that anyone else would believe him, except me. He told me that earlier in the evening he'd responded to a domestic violence call. Before he even approached the scene, he was driving through all these twists and turns in a hilly neighborhood. It's while heading to the house that he saw a woman standing with her kid at the crosswalk, both of them looking straight down. The kid was in Spider-Man pajamas, no shoes. The mom was also in sleeping attire, thin shirt, shorts, no shoes. They definitely didn't look like they should be out there at that time of night. Clay, thinking this was weird, decided to stop. He rolled down his window and asked if they needed help. Neither of them responded. So he asked again, this time louder. That's when the woman lifted her head. Clay saw her face, just a blank expression. It was like her eyes weren't there. They weren't alive. Looking directly at Clay, she didn't say a word. She lifted her right arm and pointed down the road. Clay thought she was gesturing for him to go away. Since he was on his way to a call, he rolled up his window and continued to the call, which happened to be in the same direction the woman was pointing. Less than a mile further, Clay arrived at the house and was the first officer on the scene. The cul-de-sac was quiet, with adjacent houses all dark. The house he approached was indistinguishable from the others. But unlike the homes and families that cohabitated in this community, the house Clay was approaching was hiding a dark secret. He found it after pushing open the unlocked front door. There, in front of Clay, lay a family of 3. 2 of the members were in multiple crudely hacked pieces, and one was closer to the back door, hanging from the foundation banister in the kitchen, all deceased. On what remained of the smaller victim, a Spider-Man logo could be identified through the blood-soaked fabric. I've been on the force for over 20 years, and I've seen my fair share of missing person cases over that time. Most of them start the same way. A concerned family member or friend comes in looking for someone who hasn't been seen or heard from in a long time. It's usually a mix of dread and hope that takes over, and this case was no different. Well, it was a little different, and that's why I'm here. The call came in on a Tuesday morning. A woman reported her adult son, Charlie, missing. She hadn't seen him in 3 days, which was unusual. Charlie was the kind of guy who called his mom every night, even if he didn't have much to say. The fact that he hadn't reached out was the red flag. I took the details and assured her we'd do everything we could to find him. At first, it seemed like it might be a case of a guy needing to clear his head, go off the grid for a bit. But as the hours turned into days, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. His friends hadn't heard from him, and his phone had been off since the night he was last seen. We started digging deeper, checking his usual haunts, talking to anyone who might know where he could have gone, but nothing. Then something strange happened. Just when we were hitting a wall, a woman walked into the station claiming she was a psychic. Now, we get a lot of these, and sometimes the force themselves will reach out and bring someone in. I've never put too much stock into that kind of thing, but she was insistent. She said that she'd had a vision of Charlie, described him perfectly, right down to the scar above his left eyebrow. She told me that he was dead, that his body was in the backwater near a barn in a field not far from town. I remember feeling a mix of skepticism and desperation. We didn't have any other leads, so I figured it couldn't hurt to check it out. I took a couple of my guys and we drove out to the area that she described. The place was secluded, miles away from any main road. The barn was old, half-collapsed, sitting in the middle of an overgrown field. And just like she'd said, there was a stagnant pond behind it, hidden from view. The sight that met us when we got there is something I won't forget. As we approached the water, I noticed something bobbing near the surface. My stomach dropped as I realized what it was. We called in the crime scene unit and they pulled Charlie's body from the water. The psychic had been right, eerily so. The location, the condition, everything. It was all exactly as she described. I couldn't explain it, but there it was, plain as day. We had our missing person, but now it was a homicide. It turned out that Charlie had gotten involved with some dangerous people. When he tried to back out of a deal, they made sure that he wouldn't talk. We eventually tracked them down and brought them to justice, but that psychic's tip still lingers in my mind. In all my years on the force, I've never had a case take a turn like that one. Maybe there's more out there that we can't see or understand, but I know one thing for sure. I'll never look at missing persons reports the same way again. It almost felt like a dream. I woke up to my dog, Lucy, barking. She was upright on the bed where my husband and I were sleeping with our 22-month-old daughter, staring at our door like an unknown stranger was out there, rummaging around. I thought she was just freaking out over a house noise. We'd only had her for 3 months. She was still a puppy. It could have been anything. Our roommate, a creak from the house settling, the awning moving outside in the breeze. I wasn't too concerned initially. I decided the best bet would be to open the door and show her nothing was there. It sounds a bit silly, but it's what we do with our daughter when she gets scared, and I figured it should work with a puppy too. I opened the door, and she raced to the front door. She stood there, snarling at the door. It was an angry, violent growl, one I'd never heard her make before. I looked groggily at her and opened the baby gate blocking the doorway, planning to open the door and show her everything was okay. The second my hand reached for the deadbolt, Lucy went wild. She started barking and jumped around me, and when I touched the metal, she suddenly changed her temper. She whimpered, almost like she was afraid and backing down. As her mannerisms changed, so did mine. I wasn't calm anymore. My heart was racing and sinking at the same time. I had been flooded with a mixture of fear and dread. I looked through the peephole. I can't explain why I looked, but I did. Outside were 2 kids. One was just a smidgen shorter than me and didn't look much younger. I'm 21. She looked maybe 16 or 17. She was slender and pale. Her hair was a light shade of honey blonde, and she wore it long, about mid-back, with long, thin, blunt bangs in the front that covered most of her eyes. She wore jeans, a light wash, and a thin-looking olive-colored pullover-style hoodie. She held the hand of a small girl, who looked to be around 3 or 4, in the same style jeans and a button-down ivory cardigan. The smaller one looked at the floor shyly, but had the same shade of hair, tied back in a ponytail. She held a stuffed toy under her free arm. It was identical to one that my daughter has, as was the style of dress. Had it not been for the feeling of overwhelming dread and fear, I probably would have asked these children in, given them some tea or hot chocolate to get them out of the bitter cold. Something about them seemed off. At this point, I hadn't made any noise. I hadn't shushed the dog or grumbled, nothing. I hadn't turned on any lights. These kids had no indicators I was at the door. The older one spoke. She had a voice that was mature, confident, strong, and accentless. She held her head tilted downwards, and I couldn't see her eyes. She said, "We have to use your phone." I stood frozen in fear. How did she know I was there? She raised her head to face me directly, and that was when I saw her eyes. There was a reason I couldn't see them through her bangs before. They were all black, or midnight blue, dark purple, something very dark, otherworldly. She said, "Our mother is worried." As someone who's always been interested in creepy stories, I knew what she was the second she looked at me through the door. I enjoy these scary things, but I've never really been one to believe in these things. As a staunch atheist and skeptic, when it comes to the paranormal, I had written off many a ghost stories from friends and family members eager to tell their tale. I didn't believe it. Still, I couldn't rationalize my way out of this. I was standing with nothing but a thin wooden door between me and a black-eyed kid. There was no questioning what was right in front of me. I didn't answer her. Slowly and silently, I backed away from the door, Lucy still cowering at my ankles. She kept talking. "Just let us use your phone." I took another step back, and with that step, the tone changed. At first, she seemed polite. When I took the second step back, she became commanding, almost hostile. "We're not going to hurt you. If we wanted to do that, we would have just broken in. I'll ask again. May we come in and use your phone?" Lucy snarled at the door, and I inched backward, though something inside me seemed to be slowly pulling me back toward the door. It wasn't a physical pulling so much as a subconscious need to go back and let them in. I got to my room, covered the windows, locked the door, and sat there in the dim light of the nightlight. I heard her call me back to the door once more, and then, quiet. I don't go back to sleep that night, and I haven't slept right since. I know from reading about them that BEKs can't just come in without permission. I know they haven't hurt anyone, but I still fear I'll be the exception. When I told my husband, he said that it was just a dream. He keeps telling me to forget it. But this lingering feeling of sadness, this dread when the house is silent at night, this fear of a knock at the door, this tells me otherwise. I ran across a pair of kids in Bend, Oregon that had solid black eyes. I kept telling myself that they had colored contacts in, but they were around 10 or 12. They gave me the creeps in a deep way, the kind of way that no kid has ever had the ability to do. It was at a gas station that I'd pulled over to check my map and get gas. I didn't realize how late it was until my co-pilot asked me who lets their kids run around at 2 a.m. I looked up and I saw 2 kids. They were standing in front of us, but at a distance. I agreed with him that was strange and incredibly irresponsible. As soon as the attendant finished with the gas, he went inside to gather a receipt. And that's when, suddenly, the 2 kids were directly in front of us. That's how I got a good look at them, right in front of our headlights. Just as we considered calling the police about 2 ornery, possibly missing children, they split up. Each child walked to our corresponding windows. They seemed to have no emotions, no smile or frowns, stared at us relentlessly. Before we could even ask if they needed help, they started tapping on the glass, telling us to let them in. For some reason, and I know it seems wrong because they're children, but we both agreed that something felt really off about these 2. So we locked the doors and left as quickly as we could. Screw the receipt. I swear when I looked in the rearview mirror, those 2 children were standing in the middle of the road, staring at us still. My co-pilot called to inform the gas station attendant, who advised they didn't see any children out there at all. I never drove through Bend again without the doors locked, windows up, and I never stopped while it was dark. I just think how lucky I was to be in a place where you don't have to leave your car to get gas. Maybe it doesn't make sense to anyone. How could it? But those kids, they meant harm. As a paramedic attached to a fire hall, I've seen a lot of things that no human being should see. Some of the worst were when the ice comes off the river and you go fishing for bodies on the banks. This call was to a multi-vehicle accident. When we got to the scene, it was 2 dump trucks that had rear-ended each other. Simple enough case for me. There was some pretty significant damage done to the truck that had been in the rear. The driver had smacked his head against the windshield, so we went into brain injury and concussion protocols. As I'm holding his C collar, waiting for the backboard, I hear someone saying, "Help, help." I looked at the driver, who was semi-conscious, and asked him who else was in the truck with him. "No one," was the answer, but he asked about the other car. I assumed he meant the driver of the truck, and I explained that he would be okay. Then, in very broken English, he spoke Farsi, I learned after. He asked again about the car that he had hit, a small blue car, right in front of him, between the trucks. Alarms went off in my head, and I leaned out the window, screaming that we had another victim. Everyone ran up to me asking if the victim was in the truck. I repeated what the driver told me and heard a lot of "no way," and "you must have heard it wrong." Our battalion chief walked over, and he spotted the slightest bit of blue that didn't match the blue on the truck. It was then that we realized this guy was telling the truth. We needed the jaws, a tow truck, and some saws. As I powered through the fiberglass hood of the truck and I reached the engine compartment, we could see the back end of this car underneath the trucks, and then wedged under the front truck above the axle. Then all of us heard the soft, "Help, help," and we went into action. Parts of the truck were flying in every direction, still not fast enough. We pulled the front truck, hoping it would pull the car with it and we could get at it. All it did was pull the car apart. We had stopped hearing the cries for help, so we moved faster. After the car was pulled into 2, I saw an access point through the windshield of the car, which was smashed all to shit, and the roofline collapsed. I needed the grill cut off the truck, and I heard a rush of men and the sound of tools, and the rest of us screaming over it, saying, "Hang on, we'll be right in there." Once the grill was removed, I snaked my way down through the windshield on the passenger side. In my mind, I was thinking that no one could have survived this, but the sounds of help I had heard earlier drove me forward, nothing in the front seat except the driver's leg, which was still smashing the brake. I saw nothing in the passenger side, so I began to cut into the seat around the springs. All I needed was enough to put my head through, just so I could reassure whoever was in the back seat and hurting that we knew that they were there and we were coming. As I popped through the seat, I wasn't expecting what I saw. Quivering in the small space between the roof and the car and the back seat was a small little black lab puppy. It ran over to me, began licking my face excitedly. I pulled my head back through the seat, stuck my arms in, and began calling for the pup to come to my arms. Eventually, I was able to grab the puppy and pull him out. All of us were still wondering where the help came from, as dogs don't speak, and the driver was dead on impact. Her entire upper body had been sheared off mid-chest. We were all puzzled over that help. Some of us saying the driver was saying help from her upper torso in the truck box. Gory thought, but the human body does weird things. The other favorite theory is that I, and then we, had heard the radio playing. And when we pulled everything apart, we pulled the radio and its power source, the car battery. And that's why the voices stopped. I guess it's the only thing that makes logical sense. Just a little side story. I kept that black lab after she spent her required amount of time in a shelter. She's now a happy, healthy 7-year-old dog whose name is Karma. This happened when I was about 15 in 10th grade, before cell phones in 1981. I was standing in the mall parking lot waiting for my mom to pick me up. I'd gotten a ride to the mall from an upperclassman and had agreed to meet my mom in the parking lot at 5:20. It was in West Palm Beach, Florida. As I waited, a car pulled up next to me, and the driver started talking to me through the passenger window, which they'd rolled down. He told me that I should be a model, that he was a photographer, and he had a studio nearby. He said that we could go do some practice shots. I said I was expecting my mom any minute, and I couldn't leave or I'd get in big trouble if I wasn't there when she got there. He said that we'd be back in 10 minutes with pictures to show her. I said, "Here comes my mom now. You can ask her yourself." And with that, as my mom drove up, he zoomed off. I don't remember being scared, but I may have been. But it's not like we reported him or anything. It wasn't until I was 49 in 2015 that I stumbled upon a picture of him online, reading a story about famous serial killers. Christopher Wilder, the beauty queen killer. He used a camera as a prop and the "you could be a model" line as his MO. I realized at that moment that I was a serial killer's fail. He targeted me as a victim, and I seriously lucked out. Still creeps me out to this day. I've decided to share why I don't do dating apps. I tried Bumble last year because I like the sound of the girls having to text the guys first. I think a lot of us do. I eventually began talking to a guy named Zach, and by the 3rd week, he was the only one that I was talking to. We sent each other TikToks, watched the same movies at the same time, and had lots in common. But anytime I brought up FaceTiming, he had an excuse not to. If I was going to give online dating a try, I was going to do it right. I wanted proof that the person I was talking to actually existed. My friend once got to know a 25-year-old yoga instructor only to meet a 40-year-old tax assessor on the first date. I was determined not to share her fate, but mine turned out a bit worse. The more he pushed it off, the more suspicious I got. Finally, I threatened to block him if he didn't prove that he was who he said he was. I really expected him to either block me first or agree to FaceTime, but there was actually an unforeseen third option. 10 minutes later, I was informed that all of my social media passwords had been changed, and if I ever wanted to access them again, I should play nice. Obviously, I checked before responding. All of my apps were logged out, and my passwords weren't working. All of the messages and pictures that he had access to were flashing through my brain, and I wanted to crawl under my bed and die. He even sent me a few I'd forgotten about. He called me a whore, a narcissist, pretty much every derogatory name in the book. He asked me questions like, do you pose like that for every guy or just the ones who buy you dinner first? If I didn't respond, he threatened to post the pictures. Up to this point, I thought he had only hacked my profiles and a couple of my apps, but it was so much worse than that. The whole time I was dealing with him, I was also texting my best friend, completely freaking out. I asked her to come over and Zach immediately messaged, I don't know why you're bothering with Ashley. She can't do shit. He had hacked my actual phone. My first instinct was to turn it off, but then I realized that Zach also had my address, and that terrified me on a whole new level. I continued taking his abuse until Ashley arrived. I hadn't texted her again. I waited to tell her the newest revelation in person. Before I could finish explaining, she ripped the phone from my hands, turned it off, and reminded me that if he hacked into the phone, he had access to the camera and microphone. I would rather have all of my pictures posted than give that creeper another second's worth of footage. I tend to talk to myself about anything and everything, so he already had plenty. I'm sure he was getting off on my panic. Zach, if that's even his real name, was true to his word. My socials were flooded with my private messages, and I died internally. But mostly, I was afraid. He still had my address. Ashley went with me to get a new phone. I had to get a new Apple ID and spend the rest of my day apologizing to my friends and family for the images they were subjected to. Most everyone was very supportive to my face, so that was something. The police were worthless, no surprise there around here. I couldn't stay in my apartment alone, so I packed a bag and stayed with Ashley for a few days. Thank goodness I didn't save my friends' addresses. When I finally was brave enough to return home, my neighbor came out to tell me that a man named Zach had been looking for me the night before. I packed new clothes and went straight back to Ashley's. When I left work a few days later, a blue Accord followed me for a full 45 minutes, before finally going a different direction. That could have been a coincidence for the first half of the trip, but I purposely drove in circles at the end, and the car stayed with me for 2 full rotations. I drove around an additional half hour before returning to Ashley's, just to be safe. I didn't want to put my friend in danger, so I went home the next day. When I got there, I had a bouquet of roses leaning against my door. The card said, "I'll never give up on us." I called my parents and told them everything. An hour later, my dad was at my apartment with his suitcase and his .45. The following week, I had a new job, and the week after that, a new apartment. I never saw the blue Accord or heard from Zach again, and it's been a little over a year now. I definitely haven't tried online dating since, but if that's something you're going to do, please be careful what links you click. I had a curse put on me over some dumb stuff. I accidentally offended a girl I was taking out on a date, and she went crazy on me like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. One minute she's this fine, put-together woman speaking to me in a cute, mousy voice. The next moment she transforms into some psycho, Louisiana voodoo, deep-growling lunatic. Her eyes rolled into the back of her head like the Undertaker, and she was spitting while jabbering some crazy stuff at me. She was acting way out of pocket, so I was like, "What are you doing?" And she says, curse on you," and pushes me out of her apartment. I understand why she got upset, but I think she was overreacting by putting a curse on me. Especially since things started happening, and they still do to this day. It's been around 10 years now, and I'm still feeling burdened by this curse. How long can a curse last? Do I need to find this girl on social media, ask her to reverse it? I'm only writing this right now because I felt the effects of the curse again today. At least I think that's what it was. I don't tell anyone I'm cursed, but I've been making mental and physical notes about incidents so absurd that they had to be from the curse. There's also been a pattern of turquoise-colored items being directly involved. So much so that I instinctively avoid turquoise-colored objects now, associating them with bad luck. A little while ago, my bro Lotto was over. We were smoking on my back deck. I didn't have a lighter on me, so he handed me his. It was a palm-to-palm transaction. I didn't see the color of the lighter before my thumb sparked it up. It took 3 flicks, and then the lighter exploded in my hand like a stick of dynamite, burning a decent portion of my palm. I've never had a lighter explode in my hand before. The pieces that weren't charred were neon turquoise. I'm typing this with my right hand wrapped up in gauze and duct tape, basically whatever I could find around the house. Lotto said I should go to the emergency room, and if the pain gets worse, I think I might need to take myself there tonight. So yeah, turquoise lighter blew up in my hand a few hours ago. But a few months back, I was at the bank applying for a loan. The second I saw the woman that I was talking to was wearing a turquoise blouse, I knew I wasn't getting that loan. Let's rewind a bit. The next day after I was cursed, I tried to brush it off, but it was pretty fresh in my mind. I went about my day cautiously, playing it safe, looking both ways before crossing the street, making sure no buses were coming to catch me slipping. But with all my focus on my surroundings, I failed to notice the shady behavior of a young man in the courtyard of my apartment complex. I was walking back from the corner store thinking I was home free, when out of nowhere, this dude in a Charlotte Hornets jersey, who I'd never seen before, pulls out a gun and says, "Run them pockets." My arms were weighed down by grocery bags, so I had to stand there and let him rob me, pulling out my phone and wallet with his cheap gun waving in my face. He ran off, and that same day, I was riding my bike around, looking for him. I had a blade and just needed to get the jump on him before he could get his gun ready. As I passed between buildings, scanning alleyways, I felt my adrenaline pumping. Then, I made eye contact with someone coming towards me down the alley. I had full control of the situation, or so I thought. It wasn't the assailant. It was a scared Asian man behind the wheel of a taxi. His car had yellow sides, but the hood that I was about to get wiped by was turquoise. A replacement hood, I guess. I rolled across the hood and couldn't help but notice the reoccurring turquoise theme. The guy was more pissed off than concerned about my well-being. And he was right. I wasn't in the bike lane. I had to drag my wrecked bike home with 2 bent wheels. It was unsalvageable. My mom made me throw it out anyway. I never saw that dude in the Hornets jersey again. A few weeks later, I started seeing this girl, Tammy. One day, I climbed through her window like some Romeo stuff. Her parents were asleep down the hall, so we had to be quiet. We're making out, moving towards her bed, when I noticed this weird bird cage in the corner. It housed 3 turquoise parakeets. As we got closer to the bed, those birds started banging their beaks on the cage like prisoners tapping on bars. The more noise they made, the more Tammy freaked out, saying, "They've never done this before. What's wrong with them?" I could tell the mood was killed, so I started slowly backing toward the window. The birds were losing it. Tammy, for some reason, unlocked the cage. And when she did, those 3 parakeets flew at me like bats out of hell. They landed on me, pecking and flapping like I stole their eggs. Tammy started screaming, and I was swatting at these crazy birds trying to get the window open again. I knocked one against the wall, not really on purpose, and Tammy saw it. She completely lost it then. The lights came on, and her dad was standing in the doorway. Before I knew it, he had me in a big bear hug, dragging me out of her room, down the stairs, and out the front door. He dropped me at the end of the property and said, "You cross this line again, you're dead." I had to walk home that night with 1 shoe. Fast forward a few years later, the grocery store that I'd shopped at started using turquoise plastic bags for a promotion. I was horrified, but I bit my lip and told myself it's just a color. On my way to the car, a runaway shopping cart full of groceries smashed into my car's taillight. And of course, that cart belonged to an old man who couldn't afford to fix the damage, so I had to shove the broken taillight back into place and drive home. I never went back to that store again, though. There's more, but I'll skip to the most recent events before today. I was babysitting my nephew, Davion, who's hyperactive. I was cooking breakfast when SpongeBob came on. He screamed the theme song, then sat quietly watching the show. But then, his whole body stiffened up, and it looked like he was having a seizure. I dropped everything and ran over. As I touched him, I got a massive electric shock that locked me up. Thankfully, I'd grabbed his shirt, and when I fell, I pulled him off the outlet. Paramedics arrived, and Davion made it through okay. But when I investigated what had happened, I found my pocket knife stuck in the outlet, along with a puddle of spilled water. Turns out Davion had knocked his cup over while sticking the metal nail file into the socket. And yes, there was a turquoise character flashing on the screen when it all happened. Now, here I am, hours after a turquoise lighter blew up in my hand. The burn on my palm is killing me, and I think I'm gonna go get it checked out, but seriously, this can't be a coincidence, right? How do I get rid of a curse? And can I do it without contacting this girl? She scares me, obviously. Well, thanks for the no help on breaking the curse. Most people just asked what I did to deserve it. At least we can agree I'm cursed. So, here's the story. I met this girl while hustling demos at the mall. She'd just moved into town for college, and it just so happened to be the same college that I was pretending to attend. She was struggling with calculus, so I offered to tutor her. We exchanged numbers, and I played it cool for a few days before hitting her up. It was her birthday next week, and she didn't know anyone in town yet except her cousin, but I didn't know that. I figured she wouldn't have any birthday plans, so I bought a pizza, a 2-liter of Pepsi, and a slice of cake from the corner store. On my way to her place, I passed by a memorial for a kid who had gotten hit by a stray bullet. The memorial was covered in flowers, stuffed bears, balloons, all that stuff. I got the bright idea to grab a few flowers, maybe a balloon, for her birthday. When I got to her place, she was into me, happy to see me even. But then she saw the flowers, and I got to see that Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde thing start to happen. Instead of taking them, her expression changed. She wasn't smiling. And she starts going crazy, demanding to know where I got those flowers. I tell her I picked them up at the store, but she calls me a disgusting liar. She tells me that she put those flowers on her cousin's memorial just this morning, and that she knows I'm lying. She escalated, so I doubled down, telling her that we must have gotten them from the same store. But, of course, I was made aware that her flowers came from a small garden, one that her cousin had kept in the backyard. And that's when she tells me that I have no soul, that I'm the equivalent of human garbage. And then her eyes rolled back into the back of her head, like I mentioned. And she cursed me. She took things too far, right? Now here I am, a decade later, still feeling the residual effects of an impulsive decision made by an immature person. How do I break this curse? I cannot be this screwed for the rest of my life. I was on a ferry for a school softball trip off Kodiak Island in Alaska, 2014. I was 18. A whole bunch of us had snuck up to the deck around 11 p.m., wanted to watch the waves and smoke cigarettes and weed and just be general teenagers on a boat without supervision. It was 11 p.m. in May in Alaska, so the sun was thinking about setting, but it was still bright outside. So we're just doing our thing, and we notice a pod of orcas swimming with the ferry's wake, which is very cool, but not, unusual. If you're familiar with the dimensions of an orca's fin, you know that they're about 4 to 6 feet in height and look like big black spikes coming out of the water. They travel and hunt in pods of anywhere between 15 to 40 whales, apex predators, the beautiful demon murderers of the sea, total assholes, but top of the food chain. So, we saw a pod of orcas, counted them to be about 10 or 15, with some babies scattered in there. Very fun to watch. Took them a good 30 minutes to all go by. We tried to get pictures, but it was just dark enough that our shitty phone cameras weren't much good. And about 30 or 40 minutes go by, we've pretty much sobered up and it's about to get dark. We're cold and sleepy and about ready to go in. No more orcas. Haven't seen one for like a half an hour. And then one of my JV girls spots another one. So we all turn and look, but one dorsal fin is immediately followed by another, and another, and another, and then two more after that, in separate rows, and they're taller by a lot, and jagged, like some would have whole chunks torn out of them. And they were 8, maybe 10 feet tall. And they were all attached to one creature. We could barely see its back slicing through the water, covered in these rows of spikes, and it just keeps coming. This thing is like 20 or 30 feet from the ferry, running parallel to it, and we're all just transfixed. Like there's 9 or 10 of us, no one's saying a word because we've all just turned to look at a whale, and we're all now watching something that's like horrifyingly, terrifyingly, obviously not a whale. Someone tries to take a picture, but it's too dark at this point, and the only reason we can see this thing is the light that's cast from the ferry portholes. Tale as old as time, when it comes to things you really fucking wish that you had a picture of. But we all stand there, completely scared and fucking stiff, in awe. We watch this thing just keep surfacing for a good 6 or 7 minutes, which means that whatever it was long, like 60 or 70 feet long, or longer, and covered in enormous spikes. Spikes that looked like they'd won 1,000 battles with God knows what. It took what felt like an eternity for any of us to say anything after the last of it disappeared into the strait. I mean, if you and like 8 of your friends had just seen something that all science had definitely pointed to not existing, and you had all seen the exact same thing, and it was very obviously trailing, no, probably hunting, not 1, but 15 apex predators. What do you even say to break the silence? That's the thing that eats me about this whole thing. It was the hunting. It was following them. It was literally hunting about 60 ton of toothy, angry, intelligent apex predator. Every once in a while, one of us will hit another one of us up and check in, like, hey, do you remember this? Was I hallucinating? Did we all see the same insane, worldview melting, terrifying thing that night? And the reason I know we did is because none of us talked about it after that. Not during the trip. Not after. Not to any of our friends, because we knew how the fuck do you even tell someone about that? But now, almost 10 years between us and that night, I assume that some of them probably have told other people. I know that I tell people, because I've seen a lot of shit like that in Alaska, and also because there's a very rich history among Native Alaskans of a something that lives and hunts in the waters around Kodiak, and it's important to tell its story because someday it's going to eat a little too much plastic, and no one's ever going to watch it hunt a pod of orcas from a boat ever again. When my mom lived in Texas City, Texas, she worked as a hairstylist in the heart of the city. Her dream was to someday own the salon that she worked at, and this was before I was born. As much as she said that I didn't derail her career plans, I once jokingly apologized for her comparatively boring mom life, and her reaction to the comment was to start crying. Let me tell you, the few seconds of silence we shared were super uncomfortable. But don't worry, after she got her stuttering breath under control, I was like, shit, Mom, that's a fucked up way to react to my joke. She looked up at me, and I don't know if it was my place to start crying, but I couldn't help it. Everything suddenly got really heavy in the room. And then my mom explained herself, beginning with an apology, like, I'm sorry, Gia, I don't know where that came from. Then she was like, well, no, I know where it came from, but I don't know why I just had such a PTSD reaction to it. I'm really sorry, Gia, it's not about you. And I remember that she lit a cigarette, one where she took a long inhale. She smoked inside all the time, but it looked like she really needed that drag more than the air in her lungs. It looked like she had a deer in the headlights expression while she sat with the ash falling onto the table in front of her. All of this confused the hell out of me. PTSD about what? I asked her. She says, I chose to never work in the city months before you were even a thought. Well, apparently, when my mom was in her early 20s, she would take the bus to and from work, and the salon paid for her bus pass. She spoke like it was a really enjoyable part of her job. She would usually use the time to read a book or look out the window at buildings around her. My mom never intentionally interacted with anyone. Most of the people on that route were fellow entrepreneurs simply going to work. She'd taken that same trip for over a year and a half, and then one morning on her way to work, my mom finds a seat next to a window near the back of the bus. As the bus fills up, a man gets on and walks back to sit in the seat next to my mom. Though the options were growing limited, there were still some open seats that this guy could have chosen that weren't ones right next to her. But, not being rude, she looks over at him to acknowledge his existence with a smile. It's just a normal-looking guy. Skinny, peppered hair, white shirt, wearing a denim jacket. In her brief glance towards him, she sees that he's already staring at her. And he continued to stare at her after she looked away. She could see his head turned in her direction from the reflection in the window that she was leaned against. His gaze begins to make her skin crawl, and she thinks, if she turns and confronts him and he goes crazy, there's plenty of people close enough to rip this guy off of her before he could do any serious damage. That's what she thinks. So as this guy begins to scoot closer to her, she turns around, asks him to back off, to stop staring at her. Everyone else on the bus is doing their own thing. Nobody's paying attention to her and this guy. His expression didn't change. He wasn't very expressive to begin with, but my mom's request was ignored in his response. The man presses his finger to his lips like, shh, and then he slowly opens up the right side of his jacket. She hears a small metallic click, and in the layer of white wool that lined the inside of the denim jacket, my mom saw 2 grenades hidden near the sleeve. Speaking at a normal level to my mom, he casually tells her, my name's Hooper. God wants me to blow up this bus. If you scream, I pull the pins and kill us all right now. But I'm trying to wait until we're on First Street. Can you wait until First Street? Come on, lady, it's like 4 stops from now. Please. My mom is completely filled with terror. She can only nod her head in agreement. He had her trapped in the seats up against a window. She saw the people rotate on and off the bus and couldn't believe she wasn't going to do that. It was too much. And as much as she tried to enjoy the view of the outside for her final time, she started to have a panic attack that she mistakenly diagnosed as a heart attack. The shortness of breath and pounding in her chest made my mom start to think that she wouldn't make it to First Street. Thinking her heart would explode before the bus did, my mom had nothing to lose, so with the remaining strength that she had, she used it to shout for help. She stood out of her seat and grabbed the man in front of her before Hooper pulled her back down. But by that point, my mom had drawn attention that she desperately needed to draw. Hooper gets my mom's head in the palm of his hands and starts bouncing it off the glass beside her, calling her Satan's whore. A man standing in an aisle jumps up onto the guy. He pushes the man off and then spins from a sitting position to standing on his feet in the aisles. My mom knew what was going to happen next, and all she could do was watch. Hooper screams, "That's it!" And now he had everyone's attention. He reaches into his jacket, and as my mom starts screaming, he has a grenade. Hooper holds one of them out in front of him and pulls the fucking pin. Everyone on the bus dives backwards on top of each other, trying to get away from the explosive. My mom is pressing her back against a window and begins to scream. Then, after a few seconds go by, Hooper is still standing there with the grenade tightly gripped. His other hand hung frozen in mid-air with the pin in it. The grenade didn't go off. Was it a dud? Who knows? People start to realize what's going on, and my mom sees Hooper begin to scramble for the second grenade, and she screams, "He's got another one." The volume on the bus becomes a crescendo of noise as a boom erupts inside. Those who had their eyes open got to see what happened. My mom says she wishes she'd been one of those who had their eyes closed for a moment just before they opened their eyes again. That boom, it left a ringing in their ears loud enough to believe they had died. Maybe this trauma would have been easier to overcome, but instead, her eyes were wide open. My mom and a handful of others on the bus saw a man in the row adjacent to Hooper. He'd pulled out a large handgun. The bullet went through Hooper's skull, chipped the glass in the window next to my mom's. Hooper's body crumbled to the ground, and another rise and fall of emotion is heard amongst the people on board. Because the bomb or bombs didn't go off, it wasn't newsworthy after the first day. But the people on that bus, including my mom, they see reruns of that day in 4K Ultra HD. So if you ever think, did my mom act like that towards me because she doesn't love me? She might just have some PTSD over some crazy shit that you don't know about that happened to her in the 70s. When I was 4 years old, my parents built their dream home on 2.5 acres of land off the beaten path. There were other houses nearby, but it was a very spacious area, mixed in with a few farmhouses. I was a very imaginative kid, and I preferred playing alone. Solitude meant that the crazy stories in my head could be as crazy as I wanted, without judgment from the others playing the game. The back acre of our yard was nothing but woods, mostly pine, and sometimes when I was feeling brave, I would play in the woods until dark, never after dark. Some adventures during the day had even ended in an unexpected sprint out of the trees. Strange whispers that sounded like someone was inches from the back of your neck. Once I even heard a scream, but never after dark. I couldn't even look out of the living room window towards the trees after dark. One night, I got caught up in building a fort in the woods. I call it a fort, but it was just boards nailed to trees, creating railings in a rectangular pattern. In my mind, it was my castle. I didn't even notice the sun going down through the trees until I heard my name being called from the direction of the house. I panicked, sweat broke my pores, and I sprinted so hard my chest began to sting. Don't look back. Don't look into the dark. I made it to the back porch and wrenched the door open. The kitchen and living room were empty. My brother was taking a bath while my dad told him stupid jokes. I got down the hall to my parents' room, my mother playing solitaire on her computer. I apologized for being out so late and that she had to call for me. She looked at me blankly, obviously confused. She didn't call for me. I went to bed unsettled that night, but fell asleep quickly after playing outside all day. I don't remember the dreams I had that night, just unease. For the first and only time in my life, I fell out of bed and onto the floor. Confused and waking up, I felt my way around, trying to understand what had happened. And what happened next is the description of the strangest moment of my life. I grabbed a pair of feet. I felt the ankles under my hands and the hair running up the legs. I looked up in a panic, yellow eyes, broken, grinning teeth, a look of pure malice, wrapped in a blanket that I slept with, a pink and brown fleece blanket I'd stolen from my grandmother. I screamed bloody murder and flailed myself across the bedroom, down the hall, and into my parents' room. My dad tore into my room to see what had caused my indescribable terror. While I hid in my mother's arms, my dad searched the whole house and found nothing. I moved out of that room into my brother's the next day. When I got older, I rationalized it all away, moved back into my old room. And every now and then, I suffered incredibly violent dreams, but nothing so up close and personal. I can still see that face, but I never did see my grandmother's blanket again. Where I'm from, winters are killer. You can't and shouldn't leave your animals outside without some sort of heat intervention. My cat was strictly an indoor cat, little orange and white Persian with lots of health issues. Had no business being outside. Eddie. But Eddie sometimes would try to escape. He'd never gotten far, but it was always scary for me as a kid. One night in the winter, I hear Eddie's little meow. It sounds like he's right outside the back door, which is not okay. We lived in a pretty rural area, lots of trees, not a lot of neighbors, not a lot of cats. Naturally, I can't mimic the meow perfectly, especially in writing, but I can tell you, Eddie's meow was unique. I went to the back door to let him inside, but he wasn't immediately right there. I called to my parents asking if they heard Eddie. Everyone goes quiet, and we hear him again, still sounding like he's right outside the back door. I quickly open it again, but again, no kitty. My mom walks over, and while looking through the glass, she says, "How did he get all the way out there?" She's pointing at a spot near a pile of wood outside the back door a bit. Sure enough, there he is, sitting, staring at us. My mom's telling me to go ahead and grab him. I hear what she's saying. I start to, but I can't bring myself to fully walk outside. There's something off about Eddie. Cat's eyes often do that reflective thing, but these eyes, they weren't reflective at all. Just black and blank. To both recognize him and also not at all recognize him left me feeling awful. I was filled with a sort of dread that up to that point I'd never felt. I looked at my mom to see what she was doing, but she'd already walked away and was sitting on the couch. So it was just me and this Eddie wannabe, staring at each other. I felt this chill throughout my whole body as I watched this thing open its mouth and let out a noise that was not a meow. The noise wasn't a scream. It wasn't overpowering, but it was completely unnatural. Think about the sound a radio makes when scanning the stations. It was like static. It kept its mouth open, making this sound for I don't know how long. But my focus was broken when I heard my parents say my name in unison, as though they'd been trying to get my attention. It was followed by, "Close the door, please." Without thinking, I just slammed the door. But what if that was Eddie? So I open it, and I say, "What about Eddie?" Both my parents just give me a look. Then they tell me to shut it because if I don't, I'm going to let him out again. Eddie wannabe is outside. I can see him. But real Eddie is standing behind me, at the bottom of the stairs, looking at me. And he is the real Eddie. I look back to see what the wannabe is doing now, but he's officially disappeared. The only thing I know for sure is that I absolutely saw wannabe Eddie. So did my mom. She just maybe didn't understand what happened because she walked away. I think Eddie was inside all along. I think something really wanted me, or someone, to think that it was Eddie. What I'm not sure about is what it was, or what could have happened if I had left the house. Safe to say, I kept an even closer eye on my Eddie after that. And I never saw the wannabe again. This happened to me January 2015. I didn't even know what a black-eyed kid was at the time. I'd always been a night owl, into playing video games, surfing the net, and reading books well into the night. At the time, we were living in a 3-plex condo in the center unit. All of them were 2-story, a few miles outside of town, and sheltered in isolation just off an old highway. So, it would have been really difficult for somebody to walk that far down to our development and know whose porch to approach. It was about 2 a.m. It'd been storming big time on the Oregon coast that night. The winds whipping through the area, and we'd had sideways rain going on for days. I was sitting in my room with a little stained glass lamp on, and that wasn't much brighter than a nightlight. I was also burning a candle. The house was perfectly quiet and appeared to be asleep, except for me. That's when I began to hear our front screen door creaking. It sounded like it was being slowly and carefully opened. Whoever was out there at that time of night, in those conditions, seemed to know about the squeaky door and was trying to open it as quickly as possible, about an inch at a time. I kept listening for the sound, making sure it wasn't the wind, but I kept hearing a little hinge creak and then another creak until it was obvious that it was very deliberate. Whoever was doing this knew exactly what they were doing, and for whatever reason, chose not to ring the illuminated doorbell right next to the front door. All of this was going through my mind in rapid, terrifying detail, freaking me out to the real threat that I was about to be confronted by a very bold intruder. I breezed around the corner of my room, which was on the bottom floor, closest to the front porch, and I made my way towards the door. I didn't know what to expect, but I knew somebody was definitely out there. My husband at the time was sleeping upstairs, probably passed out cold. He was a doctor who was always on call, kept long hours, so I hesitated to wake him or get the police involved until I knew for sure what to report. I stood silently in front of the door, armed with my phone and a baseball bat, waiting to see what, if anything, would happen next. Roughly 2 minutes later, I saw the front doorknob being turned slowly, like someone was trying to manipulate the door open. It was locked, but since whoever was out there had taken the time to quietly get that far, I felt fairly confident that they were about to take it much further. The old front door we had at the time didn't have a peephole. It just had this little bit of glass over the top of it that only a 7-foot-tall person could see through. My only alternative was to look through a side 3-foot-long by 6-inch narrow window, just adjacent to the door. I kept the lights off and slowly tried to move the little curtain, just enough to peek out onto the porch. As soon as I did, I was shocked to see a figure cloaked in a hoodie, staring straight back at me. I was overcome with a feeling of dread and panic. At that point, I flipped on all the lights inside the house and yelled through the front door, "Who are you? What do you want?" There was no answer. I repeated myself and asked, "Are you injured, or is there someone I can call for you?" By then, it was at least 2:30 in the morning. There was still no response, so I ran around quickly and made sure the windows and back doors were locked. I also went to the top of the stairs to look out the hallway window to the parking area. I wanted to see if there were any cars or other figures hiding out in the darkness. I couldn't see anything unusual anywhere. I ran back down to the front door and yelled, "I'm calling the police now." Finally, I heard what sounded like a woman in a monotone voice say, "I need you to open the door and let me in." I was dumbfounded and choking on fear, but I asked her why, what was wrong, and if she needed me to make a call for her. I asked if she was hurt, but I got no reply. So I informed her that my husband was home and sleeping upstairs. I told her I would wake him up and started yelling for him. She interrupts my shouts with a cryptic, robotic reply. "I'm not hurt. I need to come inside. I have something to give you." I was flipping out of my mind by now, but I pulled the curtains all the way back on the side window, turned on the front porch light, and asked her to show me through the glass. She turned around and I could see that she was holding this perfectly groomed, long-haired Pomeranian. It was wearing some gold medallion collar, a fancy one that had the dog's name engraved on the front. Even through the glass, I could see that the address wasn't mine. She must have known that. At that point, she said to me, "I'm here to give you back your dog. Let me in. I'll give him back to you." I snapped back. "That's not my dog, lady. Look at his collar. My dog's right here." And both of them were sitting right beside me, standing guard, but keeping strangely silent. She said again in her creepy way, "I just want to give you your dog back." It felt like I was in the Twilight Zone on steroids. I said, "Look at the dog's tag. Where did you find this dog? Look at the address. It's not my dog, but I'll make a phone call to its rightful owner if you tell me the number on the tag." I was becoming more concerned about the dog, being a devoted dog lover, and the fact that this disturbing person wasn't actually its owner. She didn't move, and I noticed the dog she was carrying was being unusually still as well. It wasn't acting upset, anxious, trying to get away from her. It didn't make sense. It was the most peculiar situation I'd ever seen, but the feeling was ominous and dark. I started looking carefully at this woman so that I could give the details to police, in case she took off with the dog. I could see that she was a thin, younger woman, possibly a late teenage girl. She had straight, dark hair, covered by a red hoodie she was wearing, and a pair of dark jeans. It was impossible to see her eyes. I reached into a nearby coat closet for a flashlight. Just then she said, "If you would just open the door and take a look at the dog to make sure it's not yours, I'll leave." I grabbed a knife from the kitchen, held my phone tightly, and walked towards the door. My dogs never moved. I figured I'd take a close look and slam the door if I had to. I figured if she was unarmed, I might have a chance of grabbing the dog and getting it to its rightful owner. So I said to her, "I've got my phone. I'm ready to call the police if you try anything. Can you just step back from the door and I'll take a look at the dog?" I pulled the front door open slowly and took a long, careful look. The dog appeared to be exceptional and perfect, like it had just come from winning a prize at the AKC dog show. It was obviously someone's prized pet, not just a stray that she'd found, or one that I'd seen around before. I told her it wasn't mine, again. As I did, she took one step towards the door, and I noticed she was holding something in her left hand behind her back, while her other hand was supporting the weight of the dog. She kept looking down at her feet and remained silent. I asked her to put the dog down. As I said that, she glanced back towards the road and the parking area, but I didn't see anyone or any cars there. I asked her again to put the dog down and to leave the front porch area. I said I would let the dog in as soon as she did, and then I'd get it back to its rightful owner. At that point, she looked up at me and seemed to stare right through me with her cold, dead, penetrating eyes. I've never seen anything more bizarre in my life. Her eyes were jet black, her hollow stare fixated on me, like I was being examined or called to some kind of challenge. My hands were trembling, and it was all I could do not to throw up. She didn't seem drunk or on drugs of any kind. She seemed surreal, and in my mind, I kept thinking of the Grim Reaper. I was hearing the words to the Lord's Prayer and struggling not to make eye contact with her. There was something very unnatural and menacing about her eyes, her intensity and her odd, calculated, cold behavior. I couldn't figure it out. I shut the door and started screaming for my husband to come downstairs. He finally came down. I yelled to him, "Hurry! There's somebody standing on the front porch. She's got someone else's dog, keeps saying it's mine. I think she's carrying something behind her back. There's something very wrong with her. Be careful." I called 911 as he opened the front door, but she was already gone. There was no sign of her anywhere. We even got in the car and drove around. The police couldn't find her either, and they couldn't find any reports on a missing woman or a missing dog anywhere in the state. The incident haunted me, so I decided to research lost pets with the description, any reports of women or girls like her in the area that might have been reported or listed nationwide, but I couldn't find anything. Curiously, the only thing that kept coming up was a new sighting of the so-called black-eyed kids in the Portland, Oregon, or northern coastal area where I was living at the time. I'd never heard of anything like that, but when I saw the pictures that other people had posted, read some of the stories, similar reports, my heart froze. She looked exactly like that. The eyes, especially. I don't know what else I could tell you, but I'll never forget it. I'm not sure what her purpose was, though, but I feel like she targeted me because of the fact that I was isolated, known for having my dogs with me everywhere. I would do anything to protect a dog or a helpless animal. Somehow I think she knew that, but it'll always be a creepy mystery. As best as I can recollect, this encounter occurred in Rhode Island in early June 1984. At the time, there were news reports about murdered and missing young girls and a possible serial killer in nearby Connecticut along the Rhode Island border. I remember talking about it with my friends, reading about it in the local paper, but I never gave it a second thought, even when I happened to meet the killer himself. Born and raised in Rhode Island, I moved to Massachusetts the previous year when I was 19, single and working a full-time job. Most weekends I came home to see friends and do my laundry at my parents' house. On this particular day, it was the end of the weekend and I decided to stop at Beach Pond, do some fishing before heading back to Massachusetts. Beach Pond is in western Rhode Island and straddles Connecticut with the state line bisecting the lake. It's a very rural area on the Rhode Island side, with large tracts of trees and protected forests. It was mid-afternoon when I arrived, and the small park was completely desolate as I parked my car in the dirt lot and proceeded to fish just a few feet away. Route 165 was a few hundred feet to the south, and I had a clear view of a few cars driving between the two states. Before long, I watched a small car approach from the Connecticut side. It turned left into the parking area and pulled up right next to my car. A young man got out. He looked to be a few years older than me. I was about 20 at the time. And he proceeded to walk to the edge of the woods, about 50 feet behind his car and 75 feet from me. Curiously and a bit apprehensively, I kept an eye on him as he stood motionless with his hands in his pockets for at least 5, maybe 10 minutes, just staring at the ground. Then he walked over to me and immediately started with some small talk, asked about the fishing, introduced himself, shook my hand, and asked if I could spare a couple dollars for gas. I told him I really couldn't, that I had to drive back to Massachusetts, 100 miles away. He told me that he didn't think he had enough gas to make it to the gas station. I asked rhetorically, "You're from Connecticut, right?" "Yes, I am," he replied. "Well, why did you drive to Rhode Island if you don't have enough gas to get back?" "I don't know. I really like it here." Then I asked, "What were you doing over there, in the woods?" "I don't know, just looking around." Standing right next to me on my left, we talked for another 30 minutes or longer. I clearly remember some of the things we talked about and feeling sorry for him. He and I had both recently been through a breakup with our girlfriends, and I told him how mine had moved to Florida a few months ago, that I had just visited her and it was clear we were no longer a couple. He related a similar story about recently going to Florida with his girlfriend and having a big fight and breaking up. I remember him saying he did something really stupid while in Florida, and that his girlfriend's father passed away while they were there. I asked what he did. He said he'd rather not get into it, and that she broke up with him because of it. Then he told me something that really stuck with me, and it's one of the reasons I never forget meeting him. I asked him if he liked to fish, and he replied, no, that he'd never gone fishing before because he'd never had time growing up. He told me how he grew up on a farm, worked 7 days a week, how he never really had any friends and never played sports. So I asked him about the farm. "Did you grow corn or something?" And he replied, "No, chickens. It was an egg farm." He proceeded to tell me about working since he was a young child, 7 days a week on a farm in Brooklyn, Connecticut. I told him I never heard of Brooklyn, Connecticut, just the one in New York, but that I used to live in Brookline, Massachusetts. He went on to tell me that he went to college but no longer raised chickens and that the farm had been sold. I told him about my job and my trip to Florida. Our conversation went on for some time when suddenly he says, "I have an idea," and quickly walked to his car. Curiously, I watched him go through the trunk of his car, rummaging around like he was looking for something. I asked, "What are you looking for?" "Something I can sell you for gas money," he replied, then walked over to me with a road flare. "Would you give me $2 for this?" "I really can't," I replied. I proceeded to open my wallet and show him that all I had was $7. I need to get gas myself, and I've got a long drive home. "That's okay. I understand. Take it anyway. You never know when you're going to break down on the road," he said, handing me the flare. "No, I can't," I told him, but he insisted. So I took the small orange tube and put it in my tackle box, where it remained for many years. Soon I needed to leave, and my new friend walked me to my car. Packing up, I asked him, "What are you going to do?" "Oh, I'm not worried. Someone will come eventually," he replied. Pulling out of the dirt lot, I remember looking at him one more time, feeling sorry that I couldn't help him as we waved to one another. Over the ensuing years, I would periodically remember the strange chance encounter from time to time, probably due to the road flare that was perennially in my tackle box, but never thought much about it. Then one night, some 20 years later, I was watching a TV documentary about a serial killer on death row in Connecticut. The show included interviews with doctors and detectives, and the man himself as he described the killings. Nothing triggered my memory until a picture flashed on the screen, showing the killer the day he was arrested, June 29th, 1984. Suddenly, a wave of recognition came over me, and the hair on my head stood on end. Then a picture of his car flashed on the screen, and my brain became flooded with memories from that day at Beach Pond 2 decades earlier. the Connecticut license plates, the large glasses he was wearing, watching him rummage through the trunk of his car. Stammering for words, I tried to tell my wife about how I met this guy many years earlier, but I'm not sure how coherent I sounded. I couldn't believe what was happening. I jumped off the couch and ran to the basement. There, in my tackle box, was the road flare that he gave me that day, so long ago. Dizzy with the realization that I met and talked at length with a serial killer years ago was unbelievably stunning. As it turns out, just 2 months earlier in April of 1984, Michael Ross raped and murdered 2 14-year-old girls right there in the dirt parking lot where I met him. I have no doubt the location where they gasped their last breaths was where I saw him standing at the edge of the woods. His final victim was murdered in Connecticut on June 13th, 1984. And from the timeline I can construct, based on my trip to Florida in May of 1984, I believe I met him just days before his last murder. If you found this interesting, I recommend you read the book, The Man in the Monster, by Martha Elliott. It's well-written, yet chilling first-hand accounts of the serial killer, Michael Bruce Ross, a.k.a. the Eggman, or the Roadside Killer. When I was a sophomore in high school, I fell into a puppy love-like relationship with a quiet, shy guy. He wasn't the kind of boy to stand out in a crowd, always hanging back, his gaze down, as if the world around him was just too loud. We went to the football homecoming dance together, part of a double date, and that night left an impression on me for more reasons than just the event. Throughout the evening, he kept putting his hands on me, casually at first, the normal level, but there was this persistence behind it. He wasn't violent or angry, and I never felt afraid, but he just wouldn't stop. Every time I tried to pull away or say no, he acted like he didn't hear me, like his actions were innocent enough to ignore any boundaries. At the time, I brushed it off as teenage awkwardness. After all, what's high school without a little clumsiness? 4 years later, that same shy boy, now a man, went home from work one day and murdered his mother. He stabbed her over 40 times with a butcher knife, a long blade, relentless in his attack. When it was done, he calmly called the police, told them exactly what he had done, and sat on the front steps of her house, waiting for them to arrive. I remember hearing about it through mutual friends, the shock of it not fully sinking in at first. What could have led him to do something so horrifying? He had been charged and convicted, though I never followed up on the details of his sentencing. It was hard to reconcile the boy I once knew with the man capable of such brutality. At a high school reunion, I learned that he'd been released from a mental health facility or prison. No one seemed to know the exact circumstances. He was now homeless, wandering without direction or support. It was a strange thing to hear, like a ghost from the past had surfaced, but no longer resembled anything close to the boy I remembered. Maybe 6 or 7 years after that, the news broke that he had killed again. This time, a fellow homeless man. He was charged, convicted, and sentenced, this time with many years of confinement ahead of him. I saw his mugshot, and it was like staring into the face of someone hollowed out by life. The shyness was gone, replaced by something cold and broken. A few years ago, my curiosity got the better of me, and I Googled him. I wasn't expecting much, just a faded news article maybe, but what I found hit me like a punch to the gut. He had murdered again, this time a fellow inmate in prison. My puppy love had become a serial killer. April 14th, 2010. My brother and I had spent the afternoon at a local game center, losing ourselves in the noise of arcade machines flashing lights. After about 3 hours, as the day began to turn into night, we headed home. Once I got back, I grabbed my Sony Ericsson phone, plugged in my earphones, and settled in for the evening. It wasn't long after, maybe a few minutes past 7, when there was a knock on the door. I pulled out my earphones and opened the door to find 3 friends from the game center standing there. I greeted them casually, but their expressions were serious. They told me something had happened back at the game center and that I needed to come and clear my name. Without thinking much of it, I agreed, something I would later regret deeply. As we made our way back to the shop, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The other boys were unusually quiet. Despite my attempts to chat with them, they offered no response, and their silence was unsettling. When we arrived at the game center, I was taken aback by the sight of a large crowd gathered just outside. As soon as I stepped into full view, someone seized me by the arm. Confused and panicked, I struggled to get free, but before I could say anything, fists started flying. The crowd was upon me, delivering blow after blow. I tried to scream, but the words got stuck in my throat. Tears streamed down my face as they lifted me off the ground and tied me to an electrical pole. The pain of everything was unbearable. I'd chipped a tooth and blood was pouring from my mouth. It was then that I began to piece together what was happening. People were shouting accusations at me, calling me a thief. They claimed that I had stolen a mobile phone. My heart sank. I hadn't touched anyone's phone, let alone stolen one. I pleaded, screaming over the roar of the mob that I was innocent, but the cries fell on deaf ears. My protests only seemed to fuel their anger. Someone picked up a 2x4 plank and slammed it into my knee. This sent a wave of agony through my whole body. They slapped me, cursed me, and then, worst of all, they stripped me naked. Humiliated and broken, I still maintained my innocence, but no one cared. Just when I thought things couldn't get worse, witnesses started to come forward, one by one. They all claimed to have seen me unplug the phone from its charger and pass it to an accomplice. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. It was like I was living in someone else's nightmare. By now, it was late into the night. My vision was blurry, and I could barely see the faces of those who came to insult me, calling me every name under the sun. Some accused me of being responsible for a string of thefts in the area, but I had no one to defend me. I was alone in this brutal, unjust trial. This is in Nigeria, where the mob rules, where being from a different ethnic group can make you a target, where not speaking their language makes you an outsider in your own country. Desperate, I begged for them to take me to the police station. Maybe there I could have a chance. But instead, my plea only enraged them further. They saw my request as arrogance. The crowd turned more hostile, and that's when I saw it. The torchlight, the tires, and the kerosene. My heart stopped. I knew what was coming next. They were going to burn me alive. I started to weep uncontrollably. My body trembled with fear. I prayed for a miracle, and by some grace, that miracle came. Out of nowhere, a family friend named Chuck appeared. He'd been heading home from work when he noticed the crowd, and he came closer to investigate. To his horror, he saw me tied to the pole, barely conscious. Without wasting a second, he ran to get my brother and sisters, who had already been searching for me. They arrived just in time, but the mob resisted their attempts to free me. It wasn't until some respected figures from my community intervened that they were able to cut me loose. By that point, I was barely standing, my body battered and bruised, my spirit crushed. In a desperate effort to clear my name, my older brother quietly pulled the owner of the missing phone aside and asked for his phone number. The man, skeptical, told my brother there was no point, that they had tried calling the number earlier. The phone was switched off, but my brother insisted. Reluctantly, the man gave him his number. When my brother dialed the number, something incredible happened. The phone began to ring within the crowd. Everyone turned to follow the sound. It led them to a young boy. Shock rippled through the onlookers. They asked the boy where he got the phone, and he calmly replied that his older brother had given it to him to take home. His brother had asked for the charger, so the boy came back to retrieve it. To my disbelief, it was one of the very friends who had come to fetch me from my house. I was stunned. He'd set me up to die, and for what? I couldn't understand why. I was rushed to the hospital that night, where I stayed for 3 days, recovering from injuries. In the days that followed, my family received countless apologies, and the owner of the game center offered me a free pass to the shop, though we moved out of the area before I could ever use it. I still carry the scars from that day, the deep cut on my forehead that required stitches, and the chipped tooth that served as a constant reminder. But the worst scars, they're the ones you can't see. I'll never forget how close I came to death, all because of a lie. My name is Erica. When I was 16, I was led away from my friends at a music festival. The man leading me had presented himself as security. The reflective yellow mesh vest he was wearing had the word security written on the back. He also had a walkie-talkie attached to the vest that had beeped a few times, and he spoke into it. In retrospect, I don't believe that walkie-talkie was even transmitting a signal, because there was never anyone on the other end talking back. But hindsight's always 20/20. You have lots of time to think about things after they've already happened. Summer 2007, me and 2 of my friends got tickets to the Vans Warped Tour in Darien, New York. We got there just as the sun was coming up, but we still weren't even close to being at the front of the line. It was supposed to be an overcast day, but the sun managed to avoid all the clouds, making very little shade for anyone to seek cover in. We were sunburned by 10 and still had an hour to wait until the gates were open. Then, out of nowhere, I'm approached by a guy, mid-40s I'd say, balding with wispy hair at the top, no tattoos or piercings. He was a big, tall, beer belly guy. If he hadn't have been wearing the yellow mesh security vest that barely fit around his shoulders, he could have been easily mistaken for just a regular festival attendee. He was slowly walking down from the front of the line. My friend Jesse noticed him making his way closer to us and thought that he'd be checking our tickets. At least that's what it looked like he was doing when he'd occasionally stop and talk to a random group of people in line. That was another thing that I should have been a little more suspicious about. The man in the yellow vest wasn't stopping for everyone. Sure enough, though, as he walked by us, I made eye contact with him and he slowed to a stop. Then he spun around and said, "Tickets, please? Can I see your tickets?" This was all of our first times going to Warped Tour. We didn't know this wasn't part of the experience. After we presented them, he says, "Oh, hold on," then steps away a few feet and talks into his walkie-talkie. When he's done talking, he strolls back to us. What if he thought our tickets were fake? We didn't know why he'd approach us a second time until he pointed his finger out to me and said, "One of the guys in All Time Low wants me to bring you backstage." I was caught off guard, but instantly blinded by wanting to believe it was true. Blinded enough to walk away from my friends with an older man wearing a yellow vest. The first question I asked was, "Can my friends come with?" But the man said something like, "There'd be 1,000,000 people backstage if everyone brought their group of friends along. I can only take you." Turning to both of them, they wholeheartedly encouraged me to go, both of them still hugging on to each other with shocked excitement for me. We made a plan to stay in touch via text and to meet back up later when they were inside the gates. I followed the yellow vest towards the entrance to Darien Lake Fields. As we got closer to the tall chain-link fences that separated out from in, we veered to the right and began walking the perimeter of the fence. Of course we wouldn't be going through the main gates by the Ferris wheel. I was probably being led to an entrance that was closed off to the public. From behind the tarp-covered fences, I can hear instruments ring out as distant sound checks take place, but it never grows louder. Turning around, I saw how far away we were by the top of the roller coaster, distant in the landscape behind me. We walked far enough from the fairgrounds that I decided to finally ask where we were going. Now, in a large, dusty parking lot, the man turns and says, "We're going to their tour bus. It's only a bit further." I take out my phone to text Jesse an update as to where I am and what I'm doing, but before I can slide my lock screen open, he grabs my phone from me and tells me cell phones aren't allowed while doing a meet and greet. Well, I'd never been to a meet and greet before. I guess he knew. I froze when he took my phone, but I didn't say anything. It wasn't that I trusted him. Something in my gut told me this was wrong, but I already had come so far from the crowd, from my friends, far from help, that I didn't know what to do. I was 16, naive, and completely unprepared for the kind of danger I was in. We kept walking, my heart pounding faster now. The sounds of the festival faded behind us until it was just the two of us, alone in this dusty parking lot. I glanced around, hoping to see someone, anyone, but the lot was nearly empty. Only one car was parked off to the side, a beaten-up sedan that looked abandoned. I felt a chill run down my spine. This wasn't right. There was no bus. I slowed my pace, trying to come up with an excuse to turn back, but he noticed immediately. "Come on, it's just up here," he said, pointing towards the far end of the lot, but I didn't move. I couldn't. Every instinct was screaming for me to get out of there. I think I should go back," I stammered, turning around, ready to bolt. Before I could even take a step, his hand clamped down on my arm, hard. "No, you're coming with me," he growled. And in an instant, he was pulling me off the path towards a dumpster at the edge of the lot. Panic was all that flooded my mind. I started kicking, thrashing, anything to get free. But he was strong, much stronger than me. My feet barely touched the ground as he dragged me, his grip like a vice on my arm. I screamed, loud and piercing, hoping someone, anyone, would hear me. But the festival was so far away, and the lot was too empty. He shoved me behind the dumpster, pressing me against the cold metal. I could feel my heart racing, blood pounding in my ears. I screamed again, but his hand moved to my throat, cutting off my air. My vision blurred, spots dancing in front of my eyes. I clawed at his arm, digging my nails into his skin, but he didn't even flinch. Just as the darkness started to close in, he loosened his grip for a moment, and I gasped, sucking in air. I managed one more scream before he slammed me against the dumpster, the back of my head cracking against the metal. Pain shot through my skull, and I felt something warm trickle down the back of my neck. I thought I might be bleeding. Then, out of nowhere, a loud crack echoed through the lot. The man's grip on me slackened, and he slumped to the ground. I blinked, trying to focus. Saw a group of guys standing there, one of them holding a skateboard like a weapon. He must have hit my attacker over the head. "Are you okay?" one of them asked, his voice urgent but kind. I could barely nod, still in shock and in pain. The man who had grabbed me was lying unconscious near the dumpster, his chest rising and falling in shallow breaths. I guess he was alive. One of the guys stayed with him, pulling out his phone to call the cops. The others gathered around me, guiding me away from the scene. "We saw what happened," one of them explained as we walked. "We were just hanging out, smoking a blunt in the car, and we noticed the security guy dragging you. At first we didn't know what to do, 'cause smoking pot, but we saw him choke you. We knew we had to do something. And thank God they did." They led me back towards the festival, towards safety. Their voices were a mix of concern and adrenaline, their immature nature only tempered by the reality of what had just happened. They were still kids, really, just like me, but they saved me. They might have just saved my life, I told them. By the time we reached the security and medical tent, I was shaking, tears streaming down my face. The staff rushed to my side, taking over from the guys who had rescued me. As I was being checked over, one of the festival's actual security guards arrived, questioning me about what had happened. The police came shortly after, and they took my statement, assuring me that the man who had attacked me would be dealt with and that I was safe now. But the terror of those moments in the parking lot, they stayed with me long after their visit. Thankfully, I just had to give a statement, and my rescuers also gave a statement. They were witnesses, and I never had to see that guy again, thankfully. But I know he was dealt with. It's hard not to get caught up thinking about the negative and traumatic pieces of the story. Trust me, I know. But that day, a group of strangers made a choice to act when they saw something wrong. Their quick thinking and courage saved me from a situation that could have ended very differently. So I share this story as a bit of a warning, a reminder that in public places like concerts where you can feel safe, surrounded by people and music, it's important to stay aware of your surroundings, trust your instincts, stick close to your friends, and never let your guard down, no matter how innocent or spectacular the situation might seem. I met a serial killer back in 1981, but I didn't know who he was back then, obviously. One night I went to a neighborhood bar with my friends. I had never been to this bar before, and I haven't been there since. I met a guy that night named Joe. He had a nice smile, good conversation, so I gave him my phone number. He told me that his cousin had said to him that I was the kind of girl he should be looking for. We made a date for the following Saturday. He never did tell me who his cousin was, probably because it was a lie. When he came over to my apartment the following Saturday, it was like he was a completely different person. He came in dressed weird. I swear, he was wearing 2 pairs of pants or something. It was strange. His clothes were dirty. What's worse is that he smelled horrible. He was sweating profusely, smelled like rotting meat. What the hell did I get myself into? I kept thinking. He and I went to a fast food place for lunch. That was literally our date. He had nothing else planned and apparently expected me to pay for my food. Oh well, I could manage $6.50 at the time. Once we finished eating, he had no other plans, but he asked if he could shower at my house. I told him, unfortunately, that wouldn't work because my shower wasn't working, which was a lie. I explained that I'd showered at my gym until it was going to get fixed. Without a word, he got up and left. Luckily, I drove myself, like we'd each taken our own cars, so I just went straight home. My sofa was practically ruined. His sweat had literally stained it, and the stank he left behind was unimaginable. I took off the cushion covers to wash out the smell, and I shampooed the rest of the upholstery. Eventually, the stank was gone, but it took the weekend. By the end of that same weekend, Joe left a nasty message on my answering machine, calling me a bitch, and I, thankfully, never heard from him again. At least I don't think I did. He never left another message. How about that? Well, fast forward about 15 years. It's the early 90s, and a serial killer is caught while working at a nearby pallet company. The man had hidden the bodies of several people on the premises and claimed to have killed more. He bragged about cannibalism, claiming that he had served human flesh at a roadside barbecue stand for a while. His victims were usually prostitutes and vagrants, who were easy marks in his opinion. I did not make the connection immediately as I was reading, but I hadn't seen the man's photo. Though, while reading, I noticed some things that struck a chord in my memory. The man used to frequent the bar that I referred to in the beginning of my story. Then, the photo. Even 15 plus years later, I'd never forget that face. He went away for his crimes for years, and it makes me sick even to this day. Thankfully, he was locked away forever. Joe Matheny died in prison on August 5th, 2017. I'm recalling the time I received a phone call from a former coworker. He started telling me his sister was missing for over a week. He was desperate and remembered that I was a PI. He told me that he wanted to hire me, so I agreed. Me and my partner. He signed a retainer, we gathered all the critical information that we needed, and started. We were dealing with a young woman in her early 20s, pregnant, already missing for a week. His reason for hiring us is that he felt the police were moving too slow. I explained to him that as private investigators, we needed to contact the police department so they would know we were out there looking, asking questions, interviewing individuals who have seen or spoken to her. Perhaps people they may have interviewed or have their eyes on as a person of interest. We explained to him that missing can turn into something else, and respectfully, we didn't want to get in the way of the police department's case. We did agree to join the search party. We discreetly did so. We didn't want anyone knowing that we were part of the investigation for obvious reasons. Only the family knew. Of course, there was a high concern to find her. One thing about a missing person, one that's been missing for a week, they could be anywhere. We helped in looking everywhere. False leads, false sightings. We posted pictures of her all over the place. There were plenty of people. Some were even professionally trained to search for people missing in the wooded areas, and plenty of regular people who just wanted to be helpful. Throughout all of the searches, we kept in close contact with the family and the police department. We knew, again, that anything can change, take on a criminal nature at any time. And that's exactly what happened. After several weeks into the search, my coworker's parents called me, told me the police had contacted them, told them their daughter's case was assigned to the homicide division. It was no longer being treated as a missing persons case. Of course, hearing that, we backed off some. The last thing we wanted was to interfere with a homicide investigation, create future problems for ourselves as investigators who work primarily for the private sector. So unless they requested our assistance, we just sort of waited. Sadly, 3 days after that call, her body was discovered by people walking their dog in a wooded area of a park, partially decomposed and partially buried. It wasn't a place that we had been part of searching, but apparently it was an area that was part of the search. It was so sad for the family experiencing such a tremendous loss. That feeling of not knowing, the days and then weeks pass. As each day passes beyond that, you try to stay positive, but deep down in your gut, you are feeling this dread because you've explored her room, combed over all of her belongings, family things, personal things, the last conversations with people who knew her, who may have seen her. You kind of conclude from all of what you've gathered, she doesn't fit the type that would have just walked away. Then that dreaded feeling and voice again rising up from your gut, telling you she's gone. So that's what happened. And they did catch the guy. They casted their net, located and traced the killer via CTV cameras. Cameras. I can't speak enough of these. It turned out to be some new guy that she'd met, someone the family didn't know about. He was tried, convicted, sentenced to 20 plus years. Not enough time, but more than most monsters get where I'm from. An eerie side note that came about after all of this was that during the search party, they'd even posted one of her pictures on a telephone pole right in front of the killer's house. When a person goes missing, sometimes they just seem to vanish into thin air. You exhaust all your avenues doing your darndest to find them. It feels like you're chasing a ghost that doesn't want to be seen or heard. But sometimes there is someone that knows and has all the details because they were there and they may have caused this person to vanish. In the end, I guess I'm just glad the family didn't have to go on wondering. They got the closure that they deserved. But really, they all deserved so much better. When I was 7 years old, I saw something I was never really able to explain. It was 1987, a hot summer day in our small town, and I was playing alone outside. Back then, no one worried much about kids roaming in their own neighborhood. I had my bike and a whole street to myself. The sun was bright, the sky clear, and everything felt safe. Until I saw it. I didn't know what it was, couldn't have known. I only knew that it wasn't right. It was standing near the edge of the road, just beyond my house, in the shade of a giant oak tree. I remember being drawn to it at first, as if curiosity was stronger than fear, stronger than my own good sense. And there was something off about it. From a distance, it looked almost human, but there was an oddness to its movements, jerky, unnatural, like a puppet pulled on strings. It was tall, taller than any person I'd ever seen, with long arms that hung too low, almost brushing the ground. Its skin almost translucent, and it had no face, no eyes, no mouth. Just smooth skin where a face should have been. I wanted to scream, but couldn't. My throat clenched shut. Even from where I stood, I felt its gaze. Though it had no eyes to see me, I felt it. I wasn't sure why I didn't just run back into the house. I should have. But instead, I watched. I felt like I had to watch. And that's when it did something I can't explain. Its head tilted to the side, as if considering me. Then it stretched out one impossibly long arm and pointed at the street, at the cars that zoomed by, their wheels kicking up dust and heat. My heart hammered in my chest, the sound of it almost drowning out everything else. But I heard it, a voice in my head. It wasn't my voice, but it was inside my mind all the same. Run, it whispered. Run now. My feet shuffled forward, just a step, and then another. The voice grew louder, more insistent. Run fast, run into the road. I shook my head, trying to fight it, but my legs were moving, pulling me toward the street. I could feel the ground beneath me, the rough gravel crunching under my sneakers, but I couldn't stop. The thing under the tree, it wasn't just pointing now. It was beckoning, urging me forward with slow, rhythmic motions. Another car roared past, and it was so close I could feel a gust of wind as it passed. I was just inches from the street, from stepping into the path of oncoming traffic, and still, the voice, that thing, told me to keep going. Then suddenly, a horn blared, snapping me out of the trance. I stopped dead, my toes just inches from the asphalt. My heart felt like it was about to explode. The car passed in a blur, and I stumbled backwards. My legs suddenly weak, like I couldn't support my own weight. When I looked back toward the oak tree, the thing was gone, vanished, as if it had never been there at all. I ran home after that, sobbing, but I never told anyone. Who would believe me? A demon, a monster. No one else saw it. No one else heard it. They would have said that it was my imagination, or that I'd been dreaming. But I know what I saw. I know what I felt. For years, I tried to convince myself it was just a nightmare, that my young mind had played a trick on me. But that voice, the way it crawled into my thoughts, the way it nearly controlled me, I couldn't shake it. I couldn't forget how real it was, how close I came to stepping into that traffic, as if I had no choice. It was only later, when I was much older, that I began to understand. I stumbled across an old book about demons and spirits, things that prey on the weak, on the innocent. They thrive on fear, confusion, vulnerability of children, especially. And I knew, deep down, that's what it was. Some kind of demon, something from another world sent to trick me, to pull me into death's hands. I've never seen it again, but sometimes, when I'm alone at night, I feel like it's watching me, like it's waiting. There's a dark corner in my room, just beyond the reach of the light, and I can't help but glance at it every now and then, because what if it's there? What if it's still waiting for me to make one wrong move? I never did walk near that oak tree anymore, not since that day in 1987, but sometimes, on quiet afternoons, I swear I can feel it just beyond my edge of vision, waiting for another chance to finish what it started. When I was 12, I spent 2 months in a foster home while my mom went through rehab. Ed and Patty were a nice older couple, nothing like some of the horror stories that you would hear. I was the only child in their home at the time, and they treated me like family. The only problem was that the property was haunted. Patty warned me on the first night, but I chalked it up to her being old and kooky. However, by the end of the second week, I had become a believer. It started with wet footprints at the foot of my bed. There was a large pond on the property, but I hadn't been anywhere near it to track in water. I asked Patty about it, and she said that the spirit, this thing was a little more than a spirit, though, was just checking me out. That if I ignored it, it would ignore me. Sure enough, it stopped after 3 days. I didn't know what to make of it, but if they were gone, that was good enough for me. Ed was an avid fisherman, and he'd let me join him when I got home from school. I asked if I could swim in the pond, but he said no, because another kid almost drowned a few years before. The boy's older sister jumped in to save him, and he said something had pulled him under. Ed and Patty blamed the spirits and forbade anyone else from swimming. I wasn't even allowed to go near the water unless one of them was with me. That weekend, we spent most of Saturday fishing, but we were throwing back our catches. I walked up to the water's edge to release a small bass, and I saw a misshapen face staring up at me. It was twisted and mangled, like someone smashed the skull and moved all the pieces around. I screamed like a little girl. I thought there was an actual body in the pond, but when I looked back, it was gone. According to Ed, I wasn't the first one to see it. He called it Billy, after the zombie guy in Hocus Pocus, but Patty didn't like giving it a name. A few days later, we watched a movie before bed, and the temperature dropped like we'd walked into a freezer. Patty handed me a blanket and said it would pass soon. 5 minutes later, the temperature was back to normal. A few more uneventful days passed, and then all of the hallway doors randomly opened and closed, simultaneously, all while I was getting ready for bed. Patty came to check on me and reminded me to keep ignoring it. I asked what would happen if we didn't ignore it, and she said, "The more energy we give it, the more mischief it can make." I think she used the word mischief so that she wouldn't scare me, but I kinda wish she would have scared me, because now I was just intrigued. I'd gotten comfortable there, and it made me feel braver than I was. That night, I tried talking to the spirit, or whatever it was. Nothing answered, but there were more wet footprints on my floor the next morning. This time, they were right in front of the nightstand, like it stood over me while I slept. I didn't tell anyone about it. Instead, I kept talking to it. And that night, I woke up to a hand trailing down the side of my face. I was lying on my side, and I opened my eyes to see a pair of wet, gray feet and emaciated legs standing at my bedside. My entire body was frozen, but I didn't want to move anyway. The last thing I wanted was to see what the rest of it looked like, so I clamped my eyes shut again. Its hand left a cold, wet streak down my face, but it didn't physically hurt me. After what seemed like a long time, I heard its footsteps leave, and I got up to shut my bedroom door. I slipped on the puddle of water it left behind, but at least it was gone. That was the last time I tried to engage with it. I told Patty everything the next morning, and she let me sleep on the floor in their bedroom for a few nights. There were still the occasional, small occurrences, but nothing ever touched me again. Thank God. I don't think I could have handled it a second time. This was in 1995. I heard a knock at the door at about 2 a.m. We owned our own business, a campground and a bed and breakfast. I was used to strangers coming and going, so this shouldn't have felt any different. But instinctively, I had this feeling. I had 2 little girls, 7 and 5, so my instincts about things were always high on my radar, unlike my husband who trusted everyone. A sign hung on our door indicating we were closed. The summer season had ended, campers were gone, winter was here. But on this particular night, we were both awakened by the harsh sound of continuous knocking and our doorbell ringing. Someone was outside and seemed frantic, to say the least, at this ungodly hour. I whispered to my husband, "Someone's out there. Who would be knocking at the door at this hour?" Fear gripped me almost immediately as I peeked out the warped glass of the old window from upstairs. Sparkling snow glittered under our yard light, but no signs of fresh tire tracks in the snow. That was strange. We lived in the country, a small village about less than an hour away from the RCMP's office in town close by. I immediately summarized everything up quickly in my head as my husband pulled on a pair of jeans to go downstairs. I threw on my housecoat and soon followed my husband downstairs, but it was too late. He had let the stranger in. My heart pounded uncontrollably as I hid behind the kitchen door, which led into the office, where this stranger stood with my husband. They talked. I listened quietly. "I have amnesia," he said. Bullshit, I thought immediately. "I don't know how I got here. Can I use your washroom?" he asked, completely off topic. I was even more suspicious than ever. As my husband led him to the washroom, with all of the lights still out in the house, I ran for our portable phone in the living room. I sat on my steps leading upstairs to where my babies were sleeping. I was shaking as I called 911. I told them about this very strange stranger in our home. "Please hurry," I said. The conversation continued after the stranger went back into the office. The light dangled from the ceiling, rocking slightly. I could see that he was in his 20s, tall with light brown hair. What was this guy up to, I thought. "How many people are staying here?" he asked. "And how many rooms are in this house?" said the stranger with amnesia. What the hell, I thought. I peeked out the crack of the door so that only my husband could see me. I shook my finger, no, 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 to my trusting husband. "Would you mind if I slept here tonight? I'm so tired." He was determined, I thought. This guy reeked of evil. I knew it way before anything would happen. My instincts had kicked into high gear. He was up to something. My only comfort was knowing that the police were on their way. My heart was pounding. I was sure this stranger could hear me. My husband continued this insane conversation with him. I knew that this could take a bad turn at any point. My husband reassures him that we don't have anywhere for him to sleep. The words were hardly out of my husband's mouth when the stranger eagerly insisted. "That's okay," he said. "I can sleep here on the floor. I'm not hard to please." Again, I peeked out, shaking my finger. No, no, no. The RCMP arrived before my trusting husband finally gave in. The two officers asked the stranger about his amnesia. "Do you have a wallet, John Doe?" said one of the officers sarcastically. He slowly produces his wallet from his back pocket. All of his identification was there. "Why didn't you just check your wallet to find out who you were?" said the officer as he patted down the stranger. A question I would have loved to hear him answer. He was handcuffed and led outside, but not before the officer got another call on his radio for another break-in down the road. He had been dropped off at our house while his buddies had gone on to another house down the road to terrorize an older couple. My instincts may have saved us that night. I've shared my craziest experiences as a firefighter before, but my creepiest, well, I start to think of slightly different call types. One of the ones that stands out was when we were called to do what we call a welfare check. These typically occur when someone is concerned about a family member or a friend who hasn't been answering their phone, or a knock on their door, or perhaps didn't show up for work. We arrived on this welfare check and found a woman with a small child in the driveway. She identified herself as the occupant's daughter-in-law. She'd been trying to reach her husband's mother for a couple of days on the phone, and she wasn't answering. She explained that this was out of the norm and that the woman had health problems and never left the house. We easily popped open the door and entered the house. The TV was on, and in front of it sat an elderly woman, slumped over, quite dead and cold. She'd probably been dead for 12 hours or so. So we started running through the protocol. This included calling the local police department as well as the coroner. We stood in the kitchen talking with the daughter-in-law, getting the patient's name and history, and trying to find out if there was anyone else we should call. As we're talking, I realized that the child she'd had with her in the driveway had entered the house as well. It was a boy, maybe 3 years old. He walked into the living room and was trying to talk to his grandma. He says to Mom, "Grandma's sleeping." He proceeds to sit down on the floor at Grandma's feet and is playing with toys, running his car onto her foot and saying, "Grandma, wake up and play with me." That was sort of sad and creepy at the same time. I wanted to ask Mom to pull him away from her, but he didn't seem disturbed in the least, and suddenly yanking him away from his grandma and keeping him away might scare him. As far as he was concerned, Grandma was just taking a nap. Why not leave it that way? There is a sort of light-hearted ending to this that still makes me chuckle when I think of it. A few minutes later, I see a car pull into the driveway and screech to a halt. An elderly man gets out and heads for the door. The daughter-in-law says, "Oh shit, it's her husband. He doesn't know what's going on." As he comes running into the kitchen and yelling, "What's wrong? What's going on?" I gave him my well-practiced speech. "I'm sorry, sir. Your wife appears to have died several hours ago. I'm afraid there's nothing we can do." He looked at me and replies, "Well, damn it. What am I supposed to do with these drugs from the pharmacy I just got for her?" He holds up the bag. "They cost me $200. I was so stunned I just stood there for a few seconds and said nothing. You're probably thinking, world's biggest asshole, right? It turned out that he and his wife had been separated for something like 10 or 12 years, that since she was in poor health, he had been helping out by picking up groceries and medications from the pharmacy. He said, 'Let me get you boys a cup of coffee.' So that was the scene. Sitting at the kitchen table, my partner and I were drinking a cup of coffee with the widower and the daughter-in-law, while Grandma sat slumped over, dead, in front of the TV, with her grandson playing with toys around her feet, waiting for the damned coroner to show up. It was surreal enough for a Salvador Dali painting." "20 weeks into my second pregnancy, and I had intense premonitions that I would die during the delivery of our son. It wasn't the normal pregnancy fears. I'd given birth a couple of years before to a healthy baby girl. This was different. My intuition kept telling me that I would need a hysterectomy. My organs were going to combine, and I would need a blood transfusion. Several. I kept seeing my funeral, me delivering a healthy baby boy. Yes, I told everyone, and yes, everyone thought I was crazy. In my doctor's and my husband's defenses, all of my tests were negative, all of them. So when I gave birth to a happy and healthy boy, no one expected anything was going to happen, except for me. And in 3 seconds after delivering our son, I was dead. Everyone was in shock, except for me. Of course, I was dead now, so telling everyone, 'I told you so,' really wasn't at the top of my list. I was resuscitated 37 seconds later and put into a medically induced coma, where everything I had visions of came true. The intuition was something I could not ignore. I ended up surviving a very rare amniotic fluid embolism, a 1 in 40,000 risk, where most women will not survive a full-blown AFE. There are 2 reasons I'm alive today. One is during a consultation with an anesthesiologist. She felt unnerved by hearing me talk about my premonitions. Based on nothing else but our conversation, she flagged my file and incorporated extra blood and a crash cart during the delivery. And the second reason, I sensed something, and I said something, over and over again, even when everyone thought I was crazy. I didn't care. Call me crazy any day, but call it to me as I'm above ground, because in the unlikely event you have a strong premonition or intuition that tells you you're going to die, you'd rather have them call you crazy than shake their head in sorrow because they didn't believe you. Speak up. It could save your life. It saved mine. Back when I was captain in the fire department, we responded to a house fire early in the morning. When we arrived, the roof was breached. The flames had taken out 2 windows on the 2nd floor of a split-level home. We made entry even though the roof was breached. The thermocline was about 2 feet off the 1st floor. We wouldn't have gone in at all, but a child was missing, and the father and the mother had gotten out of the house, but they couldn't get to their daughter's room. The father was treated for burns on his hands and forearms as he had tried to go in after her. Suffice to say, they were frantic. They told us that her room was on the 2nd floor, 2nd door on the right. Simple enough. We made entry, and the stairs faced the door. Rapid bursts from the TFT to the ceiling brought the smoke level up to about 4 feet from the floor. That's when my handline man and I saw something that neither of us could explain. I saw motion to the left, down on the main floor. Someone was walking around downstairs. I pointed to my handline man and he saw it too. We couldn't see a body as the person was in the smoke, but we could see the legs and the feet clearly. It looked to be a man wearing olive green trousers and leather shoes. I wouldn't say that the legs were dancing, but they were certainly moving in a way that got our attention. We redirect back down the stairs and see the legs go into the door on the right side of the small hallway. We both saw the legs go into that room. We get down the hallway and the door is closed. Feeling the door, there weren't flames behind it, and we made entry to discover that we were in the bathroom. The light was on, and curled up in the bathtub was the little girl. There was no one else in the room with her. We broke out the window and got her to a second crew keeping the house next door from catching fire. We looked around the bathroom again, and we couldn't find the man that we'd both seen going into the bathroom. There was nowhere for him to hide in there. We withdrew from the house and did exposure control as the house was a complete loss. With the fire already ingressing into the living room, the parents had gone with their daughter to the hospital where she was checked and cleared to go later that morning. The man suffered only first and small second-degree burns on his hands and forearms. The family stopped by the station, wanted to thank us for saving their daughter. They asked us how we knew to check the first-floor bathroom, and I asked them if they knew anything about a man in olive green trousers and leather shoes. The man pulled out his phone. After a minute of thinking, he showed us a picture of two old men standing in a lawn. One of the men was clearly wearing olive green trousers and those leather shoes. The man we had seen on the first floor had passed away in 1976 and was the man's father. The little girl's grandfather had shown us where she was. We were all pretty speechless. It's the only time I've ever seen a ghost during a response. I happened to be driving back home in the country region of my home state when I came across an accident that had possibly happened within the last 15 minutes. There was another car parked nearby, so I assumed that they had stopped to help as well. But as I checked the site to triage the victims, I couldn't see anyone else who was checking victims. I had already called for an ambulance and police, and they arrived almost together. I told the cops that there was 1 fatality and 3 injured, and he said that the ambulance guys went to get the injured out first. As I was helping them extract 1 injured girl from her car, I noticed the door was open on the front passenger side, but no one was in the seat. The seatbelt had been cut away. I looked to see if there was a trail, and I could see traces of blood heading away from the car. I told one of the cops, and we started to follow the trail. As we ran along, we could hear a girl crying out, so we knew she was injured. She'd probably run away in shock. We finally broke through the bushes into a small clearing and stopped. We couldn't believe what was happening. There were 2 men with her, and they were trying to get her clothes off. But she still had enough strength to resist them. As the cop called out for them to stop, I ran forward and punched the person nearest to me with a very hard punch to the side of his head. He went down and didn't move as I turned to the second one, but the cop had already had him and was calling for backup. As he went to get the one that I'd punched, I asked him if I could get a minute alone with the other one, who was now in handcuffs. He looked at me with a real serious look, told me that he could do in 15 seconds with his truncheon what I could do with him in a minute. I left it to him and went to the girl who was shivering and sobbing in shock. I gave her my jacket to wear. Other cops arrived and grabbed the 2 men and dragged them away. I stayed with the girl until the paramedics arrived. As I made my way back to the accident site, I could hear the satisfying sound of the 2 men crying out. I was a medic, off duty at the time, in California, and a car had rear-ended a large truck carrying a load of large metal pipes used for water and storm drainage. Seeing no ambulances in sight, only police, I drove along the emergency lane. I told a police officer that I was a medic, and I showed him my badge. The people in the vehicle were definitely dead. In fact, you couldn't even see their heads. I still checked as best I could to find a pulse. It was procedure, but of course, there was none. Moving on, I helped others who had been hurt in the pileup. Ambulances had finally arrived, and I was about to leave. Yet I noticed several puzzled-looking police officers looking under the tarp that they had placed over the dead bodies in the car. And they were looking around it, under it, everywhere. Curious, I went over and asked what they were doing. They said that they were looking for the head of the driver. The passenger's head was still attached, but barely. I just stood there for a moment looking at the scene, and then it suddenly came to me. I asked the cops to move the car back. They had already had a tow truck in position at the time. I had them stop after there was enough room between the car and the truck, and I climbed onto the hood of the mangled car. Taking my flashlight out, I looked into the pipe, which had struck the driver. My hunch was right. His decapitated head was inside of the pipe and had rolled down about 10 feet. Turning to everyone who was watching me to tell them, I could see that they already knew what I found. Some actually vomited, and others looked faint. I have seen worse over the years, but this is one of those ones that you'll just never forget about. I don't really know how to classify this story, but I know that whatever happened saved my daughter's life. We just moved into a new neighborhood with lots of kids much older than my daughter. Our house was on a busy street at the time, and the older kids would run back and forth playing across the street. Not in the street, just switching sides often as they roamed. My daughter was 3, and I had a newborn as well. One day, the neighbor kids asked to come in, and my daughter begged, so I relented, and they ran about touring our house. No harm, but I wasn't used to this kind of thing. Then one of them said that they saw our cat run out the front door, described our cat as well. So with a newborn and a 3-year-old in tow, I began searching outside and calling her name. My daughter had wandered for just a moment while I was checking underneath cars, and as I went back toward our house, suddenly my hair stood on end and time slowed, and I heard a voice say, "Find your daughter now." And when I turned around, there was this giant moving truck coming down the street. I just knew that truck was the danger. I searched frantically, and then I hear, "Mommy," from across the street. She starts running at me with a big grin, and I screamed with every ounce of air that I had, her name followed by "Stop." I couldn't see whether she stopped or not. It felt like a year before the truck was done passing, but finally, I saw that she had stopped, about an inch away from the truck. I scooped her up, gave her a stern talking to about street safety, and cried as I was so traumatized by what had almost happened. So traumatized that we didn't play outside at all while we lived there. The parks, yes, but our yard, no. Luckily, we moved 1 year later to a much safer area. Oh, and the cat, by the way, was snoring on the couch. I'm a 24-year-old female, and I recently decided to try Hinge for the first time, and quickly matched with a guy named Max. We talked for 2 weeks, had a ton in common, really hit it off, all that junk. He was handsome, athletic, funny. Some people would have seen those as red flags, but live and learn. Our first date was a picnic on the beach, and he actually looked like his picture, so I called it a win. He took me to the fair for our second date, and I thought there might actually be a future for us, so I decided to take the initiative for date 3. I invited him to my apartment for dinner and a movie. We had chicken Alfredo with garlic bread and caramel cake for dessert, my grandmother's special recipe. Afterwards, we cozied up on the couch with a little wine and started a movie. Pretty early on, we began making out. but I ended things before they could go further, gave him the whole, like to take things slow speech. Max took it like a gentleman, poured us some more wine, and we put our attention back on the movie. That's the thing about a lifetime of bad relationships. You tend to fall for the first guy who treats you like a human being. Big mistake. I felt the drugs as soon as they kicked in, and let's just say my tolerance for narcotics isn't zero. I tried making it to the front door, screaming for help all the while, but Max grabbed me, clamped his hand over my mouth. With the last of my strength, I threw my weight into him and managed to push us into the wall, where we fell to the floor, tangled. Once on the ground, he easily got on top of me and wrapped his hands around my throat. My air was instantly shut off mid-gasp. It felt like my lungs were on fire, and my vision faded. I don't know if I can say that my whole life flashed before my eyes. It was more of a montage, all of my best and worst moments, along with a handful of the mundane playing on a simultaneous loop. The books I would never read, the shows I would never finish, the places I would never see. The instant before I lost full consciousness, I remember thinking, all of this because I didn't want to be single anymore. I'm telling you, if you ever want to get a new perspective on life, have a near-death experience. That shit changes you. But unlike what you see on TV, I didn't have any dreams or visions. Once I was out, I was out. Game over, black screen, sweet nothingness. When I began to regain consciousness, it felt like waking up in the morning. For a split second, I thought everything was normal. Then the pain started to set in. My whole body was sore, but my head and throat were throbbing, and it hurt like hell to swallow. That's when it all came flooding back to me, and I sat up screaming. I was in the hospital. My mom was there, and nurses began flooding into the room, everyone trying to reassure me. When I finally calmed down, I was informed that all of my neighbors heard the fight and came to the rescue. At first, they called 911, but when the screaming stopped, because I was being choked to death, the operator advised them to wait for the police. It was the elderly man who lived across from me that got a crowbar and forced his way in early. I've known Mr. Walters for years, and I'll be baking that man a cake every weekend for the rest of his life now. By then, half of the building was gathered and Max was subdued until he could be arrested. As it turns out, the lady who lives under me is a nurse, and she helped me the best she could until the ambulance arrived. A few days later, I learned a lot about Max, one being that Max wasn't his real name, but also that he was wanted in a neighboring state for an unsolved murder. It sounds like his trial is going to be a long one, but I'm determined to testify against him if at all possible, especially since at least one other victim can't. It was late, probably too late to be out. I was headed home from work after a long shift, tired and ready to collapse into bed. The bus stop was a few blocks away, but something felt different that night. The streets were unusually quiet, and the air, it was an unsettling stillness. It sort of made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up, but I chalked it up to a cool breeze. I glanced around, half expecting to see someone lurking in the shadows, but the sidewalk was empty. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. It wasn't just a chill in the air. As I approached the intersection, I spotted the familiar shortcut that I always took to the bus stop. A narrow alley, quicker and more direct. I'd walked through it countless times, but tonight, my feet stopped. I don't know why, but every instinct in me screamed, "Don't go in." I hesitated, standing on the sidewalk, staring into the dark, empty alley. It was silly, I told myself, just nerves. But the feeling grew stronger. I felt this weight pressing on me, a sense of dread creeping in. My heart was racing, and my gut twisted painfully. I turned away. Instead, I took the long way, sticking to the main road where the streetlights flickered dimly overhead. The entire walk home, I couldn't shake this tension in my chest, as if I'd narrowly avoided something terrible. The next morning, I woke to the news. A woman had been attacked in that very alleyway. Around the same time, I would have been walking through it. They found her unconscious, but alive, barely. I was all too aware how easily that could have been me. I still get chills when I think about how close I came and how for some reason I listened to that voice in my head that told me to turn around. I'll never ignore my gut again. Premonition, intuition, I don't know, but something was watching out for me this night. I was living in West Hollywood and was on my way home late at night. It was about 2:30 a.m., and the streets were almost completely vacant. I came to a stop at a stoplight and was in the left-hand turn lane. The radio wasn't on, and I was completely sober as I'd been babysitting my niece. I looked over to my left, and in the far lane was a guy in a car looking at me. You know how it's late at night, long red light, so you just look around while waiting. Suddenly, I heard a voice that said, "If you go when the light turns green, you'll die." Talk about freaking out. It terrified me. I started shaking, and I'm telling you, you couldn't have pried my foot off the brake. Well, the light turned green, and I just sat there. The guy in the other car was still looking at me, so I don't know if he also heard a voice or was just looking at me, so he didn't notice the light or what. At least 5 seconds later, a car blew through the intersection, running the red, and about 3 police cars were following at high speeds. If I'd gone into the intersection, I'd have been killed, and if the guy in the other lane had gone, he probably would have died also. I often get thoughts, ideas, or premonitions, and I've learned that it's important to listen to them. When I was 17, I'm convinced I saw something otherworldly. Maybe it was a demon. I don't expect everyone or anyone to believe me. Hell, I'm not even sure how to make sense of it myself. But every time I think back to that night, the details come rushing back, like it just happened. It was around 2 or 3 in the morning when I woke up, thirsty. The kind of thirst that pulls you out of sleep and nags at you until you do something about it. The house was dead silent, and that kind of quiet feels heavy, like it's pressing down on you. Everyone was asleep, and I didn't want to make any noise, so I slipped out of bed, groggy, and shuffled down the hallway towards the kitchen. The hallway felt unnaturally long. I brushed it off, chalked it up to being half asleep. The darkness was thick, clinging to the walls like a living thing, but I ignored that too, flipping on the kitchen light as I entered. And that's when I saw it. Standing by the fridge in the corner of my eye was this thing. At first I thought maybe my mind was playing tricks on me. You know how your brain tries to make sense of shadows when you're tired. But this wasn't a shadow. It was hunched over, pale, and looking slim. Its skin stretched tight over its bones. It wasn't human. There was no mistaking that. But its head jerked towards me and I froze. I locked eyes with it, and that's when I knew that this wasn't a nightmare that I could wake up from. Its eyes, yellow, sunken, and cold, looked straight into mine. Its face was twisted, grotesque, almost skeletal, but with a thin layer of slick, oily skin. The creature stood on 2 spindly legs, but it wasn't stable, like it was always ready to collapse or crawl. I think the worst part was its mouth, this jagged, gaping maw filled with teeth. It looked too sharp and too numerous for its small face. It opened its mouth even wider, its chest heaving like it was struggling to breathe. And then it let out this scream. Not a scream, a screech, high-pitched, like metal scraping against metal, but also raw and guttural. The sound tore through me, my whole body locked up, paralyzed with fear. I couldn't move. I couldn't think. All I could do was stand there, staring at it as it screeched again. I don't know how long we stood there, seconds, minutes, before it suddenly bolted. It moved in a way that no living thing should. It didn't run. It crawled, fast and jerky, across the walls like gravity didn't apply to it. It scurried towards the unlit part of the house, disappearing into the shadows as quickly as it had appeared. The light in the kitchen flickered as it vanished, leaving me standing there, my heart pounding so loud that it echoed in my ears. I couldn't breathe right. My chest was tight and my throat was dry. I felt rooted in this spot for what felt like forever, my mind reeling, trying to make sense of what I'd just seen. But nothing made sense. I finally snapped out of it and bolted back to my room. I slammed the door, locked it, and turned on my music as loud as I could, trying to drown out the memory of that screech. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. How could I? Every creak in the house, every shift of the floorboards made me jump, convinced that that thing would crawl out of the shadows and come for me. I didn't tell anyone for a long time. What would I say? I saw a creature, a demon. Even now, it sounds insane when I say it out loud. I've only ever shared this story with a few people, and each time I tell it, the same chill runs down my spine. I'm not here to convince anyone that demons are real or to start some debate. I just want to know if anyone out there has ever seen something like it, because it makes you feel like you're losing your mind, like maybe what you saw wasn't real. But deep down, you know it was, and that's the scariest part of all. My aunt recently passed away, and our family is pretty small, so I helped my cousin pack up her belongings. She had an extensive antique doll collection, a few of which were insanely creepy. One in particular gave me chills when I first saw it. The doll was over a foot tall when standing upright. Its face paint was so faded that it looked like war paint, and you could see the staples protruding from under its thinning red hair. It was like a 50s version of Chucky. As a lifelong horror fan, it seemed blasphemous not to keep it. I put it on my bedroom dresser and mostly forgot about it until it started moving. It was subtle at first. Its arms or legs would be sitting differently, but I assumed I was bumping it when I used the dresser. Eventually, I came home to find it on the floor. It had been sitting against the wall at the back of the dresser, and there were other things sitting between it and the edge, but nothing else was disturbed. I put it back in place only to find it on the floor again a few days later. Not long after that, I saw its head move in my peripheral vision. But then I thought I was just making myself paranoid, so I put it in my closet for the time being. After another few nights, I woke up to find it lying on the floor between the closet and the bed. I don't have any pets, and I live alone. How the hell did it get out? I didn't care about the doll anymore, about keeping it. I just wanted it out of my house. When I tried to pick it up, it felt alive. I really don't know how else to describe it. There's a difference between picking up a toy or something like a kitten, even if it doesn't move around while you're holding it. I got so freaked out that I dropped it back on the floor. It landed on its back, looking up at me, and its eyes gleamed. There was moisture in them, but only for a second. Then it stiffened, and when I picked it back up, it felt like a normal doll again. Just throwing it away wasn't good enough anymore. I wanted to put it in a box and throw it into a river, but I had to get to work. All I could do for the moment was throw it in a drawer and deal with it that afternoon. I even bought a lockbox on my lunch break. At home, I could hear the smoke alarms as I pulled into the driveway. I was hit by a cloud of smoke the moment I opened the door. The dresser was on fire, and the wall was catching as I rushed in with the extinguisher. All of my clothes were ruined, and the dresser was destroyed. The wall, floor, and ceiling, they all had to be repaired, and insurance paid for none of it due to the accident's suspicious nature. It's not like I could tell them what really happened, and I certainly don't know how to fake an electrical fire. Maybe I should have thrown a candle in there. Who knows? The doll wasn't so much as scorched, and I swear it smiled at me when I picked it up out of the ashes. I wasn't sleeping in the same house with that thing, not for another night. I threw it into the lockbox and drove over an hour to a bridge on the Ohio River, where I threw it into the water. I didn't leave until it was completely submerged. Whether it sank to the bottom or just got carried downstream, I'll never see that thing again. I'll probably never be able to watch Chucky again either, but at least it's over now. That was 3 weeks ago, and I haven't had any problems since, except for the nightmares and random whiffs of something burning, but I imagine those will take some time. It was supposed to be just a game. Me and my 9-year-old brother had spent the evening running through the neighborhood, playing ding-dong ditch like we'd done many times before. The thrill of ringing a stranger's doorbell and running away before they could catch us, it was enough to keep us giggling all night. It was harmless fun, until it wasn't. We picked a house that looked perfect, car in the driveway, dimly lit. I dared my brother to ring the bell, and with a mischievous grin, he darted up to the door. He pressed the button, and we both took off running. But just as we turned the corner, the door flew open, much faster than we'd expected. I glanced back only for a split second, just long enough to see a man standing in the doorway. He was tall and shadowy, but I didn't think much of it. We'd always gotten away before. I ran and found a spot to hide behind a nearby bush, crouching low, trying to keep quiet. My heart was pounding, but in a fun way. I was expecting my brother to come giggling up beside me any second, but seconds had passed, then minutes, and there was nothing, no sign of him. At first, I figured that he was just trying to scare me. It would be like him to turn a game on me and hide, waiting for me to freak out. I waited a little longer, peeking around the corner to see if he was nearby, but the street was eerily quiet. And that's when the unease started to creep in. Something wasn't right. 5 minutes had passed and my brother still hadn't shown up. Panic was now building inside of me, and I kept trying to convince myself that it was just a joke. He was playing a prank on me. But then I remembered the man, the one who had opened the door just as we ran. I hadn't seen him clearly as I wasn't as close, but I remembered the look in his eyes, the way that he moved with purpose. And suddenly, a horrible thought hit me. What if he'd caught my brother? I stood up and ran back to the house where it all started. The door was closed and the house seemed silent. I looked around frantically, calling my brother's name in a shaky voice. There was no answer. The street that was once familiar now felt sinister. Every shadow seemed to scare me. I screamed his name, louder this time, but all I got in return was the echo of my own voice. My legs felt weak, and dread settled in the pit of my stomach. Something had happened, something terrible, I turned and bolted for home. My breath was becoming short gasps. As I ran, the only thing I could think about was the man who had opened the door. What had he done with my brother? Bursting through the door at home, I screamed for my dad. My words were jumbled and panicked. Dad, he's gone. I was barely making sense, but somehow he understood the terror in my voice. He got those words. My father, still in his pajamas and my mother's kitchen slippers, didn't even pause to ask questions. He just ran out of the house. Kicking the slippers off, he was barefoot, clutching his phone in one hand as he dialed the police. The minutes that followed felt like hours. My dad ran down the street, shouting my brother's name while I stood frozen, waiting for any news. The police arrived, and the street that was quiet moments before was suddenly filled with flashing lights and the sound of radios crackling. And then, after what felt like forever, one of the officers found him, my brother. He'd been taken by the man who'd grabbed him at the door, but by some miracle, they got to him in time. He was shaken, but he was alive. That night changed everything. What started as a game became a nightmare, one that still haunts me and my brother. The memory of that man opening the door, the moment I realized my brother wasn't coming back on his own, those are things that I'll never forget. What if I hadn't gone home? What if I hadn't called for help? It's just a reminder that sometimes the things that we think are harmless can turn dark in the blink of an eye. And it's lucky that we didn't both approach the door like we usually would. When I was 16 years old, I was walking along a beach with my sister. We weren't in the water, but there was such a strong undertow the sand gave way and started to pull my sister out. I ran into the ocean up to my knees and tried to grab my sister. I was pulled out into the ocean about a fourth a mile. I couldn't swim, and I started to drown. I would fight my way to the surface, and the waves would knock me back underwater. I'd finally given up, was out of strength to pull myself to the surface again. I was about 6 feet underwater. All of a sudden, I saw a surfboard above me. I fought my way to the surface one last time. It was a 10-year-old kid on a surfboard. He said, "Hey kid, want a ride?" He had seen me floundering and came out to try to rescue me. I grabbed onto the surfboard and made it back to shore. Other people had rescued my sister when I got pulled out, though many people kept asking me how I made it back. I kept telling them about the surfer, but nobody had seen a kid surfing or carrying me in. Even the lifeguard on duty told me it was a miracle that I floated back with no help. How did nobody else see him? I still don't know who it was that saved my life. Without a doubt, though, if the 10-year-old kid weren't there at the time, whoever he was, I absolutely would have died. Right there, right then. I've had a few experiences at the various hospitals I've worked at, but they don't really scare me, just kind of catch me off guard. I've never worked the night shift before, but one time the company suggested we stay the night in the building because there was a hurricane in the city. A lot of people decided to risk it and go home, while I decided to stay because I had to cross a river to get home. So it was maybe around 10 p.m. I was waiting for the elevator so I could go downstairs to find something to eat. I see the elevator door open and a man walked in. Then I walked in. The elevator was empty. About 2 years before, a coworker had taken his own life in the building. I think it may have been his wandering soul. The next one also intrigues me more than frightens me. About 3 years later, I had a new job, working the afternoon shift. I would get off around 11 p.m. As I was walking to the bus stop, I looked up and saw a huge white ball I thought to myself, what a bright moon we have today. Then I looked elsewhere in the sky and saw the moon. What? Didn't I just see the moon? So I looked back at the first moon, and it flew away at the speed of light. I wasn't the only person to have seen this. A couple of nurses said they could see it from the hospital. True story. When I was 20, my parents, who had divorced but were now living together, asked me to go on a weekend trip with them. I was amazed that my father would even ask. We weren't close. I barely spoke to him. He'd been physically abusive to my mom and my siblings, and especially me, my whole life. I ran away from home at 13, married at 16, so that I'd never be under his thumb again. Yet suddenly he wants to be cozy. My mom was sweet, but a weak woman. She never knew when to get out. This invitation came on the weekend of my 20th birthday. My dad was insistent that I go. I came up with all sorts of excuses. I had to work. My husband had to work. Dad was fine with the latter excuse. Said that just the three of us would be great. I knew that it was a rotten idea from the beginning. He'd get drunk, they'd fight. I'd be referee. No way. The more he pushed the idea, the worse I felt about it. I just knew something was wrong. I finally just said that there was no way that I'd go. We'd already made plans for my birthday party with friends, so they went alone. 2 days later, on my 20th birthday, the state police came to tell me that my parents were dead. My father had killed my mother, and then taken his own life. From a note that he had left, it was quite clear why he was so adamant that I come along. My instincts that day told me the trip was a bad idea, and yes, I was right. I told my mom after the divorce to never let him back into her life, but she always thought that he would change. Now I'm happily married to the love of my life, with an amazing grown son and grandchildren. I've had a lovely, full life filled with great times. Unfortunately, my siblings are all gone after failed marriages, drugs, and alcohol. They chose to be victims, spend their lives blaming our parents for all that's gone wrong in life. Where I chose to learn and never make the mistakes that they did. Not sure if I'm editing this in the correct manner to add an afterthought, but here goes anyway. I'm surprised by the number of views and upvotes. Personally, I didn't think anyone would even care. I mean, it happened so long ago, and as the only survivor, I'm long over the whole thing, I guess. But at times, I do wonder if others out there experience the double murder or murder-suicide of parents and also survived relatively unscathed, or if because of the abuse I'm simply detached from the situation. Just something that I think about. The most heart-wrenching thing about this job, it's a look, a general appearance. It's this stillness that is unlike anything else. When you're looking at this person, it's as though this person, who's on the brink of death, has come unplugged, and they're just waiting for the final shutdown. I saw it on an old lady last week who was barely breathing. She wasn't my patient, but everyone did what they could to help. I saw it on a young mother. She'd been run over by a truck while pushing her baby across the street before being dragged by her rosary under the vehicle for about 20 feet. I can still see her eyes looking into mine, and that feeling of just knowing that she's in deep trouble. I've seen it on a lot of people, but the reaction it causes never changes. It's a realization that this person's life is hanging by a thread, and that how I treat them, how we treat them, in the next 5 to 10 minutes could make the difference between whether or not their baby grows up without a mom. It's knowing that somehow we both wound up in this situation, and it's up to me to try to make the best of it. To cut a long story short, there I was, working late shifts or doubles, exhausted, sitting in the back seat of a vehicle completely alone. Two strange men sat in the front, and it didn't take me long to realize I wasn't safe. I knew without a doubt that they had no intention of letting me go. In my gut, I felt it. They were going to root me, kill me, and dump my body somewhere. The van idled in a desolate area. The only sound was the faint clicking of an empty booze bottle at my feet. There wasn't a single light in sight, except for the faint glow from my smartphone. It was in that moment, when the reality of the situation hit me like a punch to the gut, that my instincts kicked in. I knew I had one shot, just one chance to say something that might save my life. If I said the wrong thing, it was over. I wouldn't see my son again. I opened my mouth, praying I'd say something smart enough to get through to the man behind the wheel. Everything had been leading up to this moment, when I got into the staff transport that evening and saw that the driver wasn't our usual guy. He'd explained to us that he was the brother of the regular driver, and the man next to him was his friend. But then I noticed the empty beer bottles scattered on the floor and the heavy smell of alcohol. It all started to click. The guys in the van had been dropped off one by one, and I was the only woman left. I was the last passenger. Suddenly, I was seeing my life flash before my eyes. I realized that every single person who had been in the van could be a witness. They knew that I was the last person dropped off. That's when I said something. I can't remember the exact words, but whatever I said must have struck a chord, because the driver seemed to snap out of it. It was like he'd sobered up in an instant, realizing how badly this could end for him if anything happened to me. It was as if someone had slapped him across the face. Without a word, he quickly started the van, turned back onto the road, and pretended like he had just gotten lost. He drove me home, and I got out of the van by the skin of my teeth. I don't know if it was pure luck, the power of prayer, or something else, but I made it out that night alive. That night could have been my last, and I truly believe that if it weren't for that gut instinct and the fact that I had a smartphone with me back in 2008, I wouldn't be here today. I wouldn't have gotten married or had 3 more sons. The gut feeling is real. Always trust your instincts. It's your God-given survival kit. It was 1987, and I hadn't been back to my hometown in years. I didn't plan on staying long, just a quick visit with my parents, maybe take a drive through the old streets, head back to the city. The place felt smaller than I remembered, like it had shrunk in my absence. That night, I decided to stop by the local bar. I don't even know why. Maybe I was chasing some old feeling, trying to reconnect with something I'd left behind or someone. The second I walked in, the smell hit me. Stale beer, cigarette smoke, and a tinge of mildew. Some things never change. I wasn't expecting to see anyone I knew, not really. But there she was, sitting at the bar. Heather. She looked almost the same, maybe a little more worn. Like the years hadn't been as kind to her as they'd been to me. "Melissa? Is that you?" she said, eyes wide as she looked over at me. I smiled, sliding onto the stool next to her. "In the flesh. How long's it been?" 7 years, she said, pulling me in for a quick hug. "God, it's so good to see you. What have you been up to?" We fell into easy conversation, reminiscing about high school, old friends, the usual small talk. It was almost comforting, like stepping back in time for a little while. But then her face changed. Her smile faltered. Her eyes took on this strange look, like
She was about to tell me something I didn't want to hear. "Hey, you remember Kyle?" she asked, her voice careful, almost too careful. I felt something tighten in my chest at the name. Kyle. Of course I remembered him. He'd been my high school boyfriend for a few months. Quite a few months. Quiet, kind of awkward, but sweet. I hadn't thought about him in years. "Yeah," I said slowly. "I remember him. Why?" Heather leaned in, her voice dropping. "You didn't hear about him?" I shook my head. "No, what happened?" She glanced around like she didn't want anyone else to overhear. "Kyle, he's in prison, Melissa. He killed 3 women, strangled them, dumped their bodies in the woods outside of town. They caught him in '82. How did you not hear about this?" I felt the room tilt, my head spinning. Kyle? My Kyle? I hadn't stayed in touch with anyone after I left. How could I have known? I tried to swallow, but my throat had gone totally dry. What do you mean, killed? You're joking, right?" Heather shook her head, her eyes wide. It was all over the news. They said that the first girl that he killed was right after the 2 of you broke up, and the other 2, they looked like you. I felt like someone had just taken out my knees. My glass slipped from my hand, shattered on the floor, but I barely noticed. My mind was sort of spinning, flashing memories flooding in, late-night drives with Kyle, the way he'd sometimes stare at me a little too long, his grip just a little too tight. I'd write it off as teenagers being teenagers, but now it felt like something much darker. I stood up on shaky legs, the walls of the bar suddenly too close, too suffocating. I needed to get out. Heather's voice was distant, muffled. "Melissa, are you okay?" I barely heard her as I stumbled outside. The cool night air slapped me in the face. I leaned against the brick wall, trying to catch my breath, but it felt like there wasn't enough air in the world. Kyle, the shy, quiet boy I once dated, had become a monster. And the worst part, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd barely escaped him. As I stood there, trembling in the dark, a cold thought gripped me. Somewhere, locked away in a prison cell, was Kyle, and I couldn't help but wonder if he still thought about me, if I was the one that got away.
I was 18, and my mother and I were very close. She was 40. We'd been through all of my rebellious teenage crap and came out the other end as the best of friends. She had never been sick, but came home from work one day with a bad headache. She went to lie down, and I started dinner, but then I heard her crying. I never heard my mom cry before. I ran to her bedside, held her in my arms, and she died right there in my arms. And I called my dad, but she was already gone. On the night of her funeral, my dad and I went to bed early. His room, or their room, was right next to mine. It was about 8:30. My dog always slept at the end of my bed, and suddenly, my room got really cold, and my dog ran out of the room. I knew my mom was there, even before I saw her. She was all white and spoke to me telepathically. She told me not to worry about her, that she was in a good place and happy. I was scared, though, and I ran out of my bedroom and started to go downstairs. Then I thought, that's your mom. And I started back upstairs, just as my dad was coming down. You've heard the saying, he looked like he'd just seen a ghost. That couldn't have been more true for my dad. Before I could say anything, he said, I just saw your mom. I told him I had too. My dad was a very matter-of-fact person. an engineer. We never talked about this again until 40 years later, when he was on his deathbed dying of esophageal cancer. "Remember when we saw Mom?" I said, "when she came back?" "Oh, love," he said, "how could I ever forget that?" I used to feel bad about being scared when I saw her, but then I remembered in the Bible how scared the shepherds were when the angel of the Lord came down and the angel told them to be not afraid. In the 50s, my dad was 12 and living in South Jersey. They were poor, so he would often go fishing in the marshlands. One day he set out his lines, laid under a tree, and fell asleep. When he woke up, the sun was setting, so he got his stuff and started back. On the way, he heard a deer suddenly cry out in pain. It sounded like it was being ripped apart, and the noise was coming from just off the trail ahead. There was no way to go around, so he tried to creep by. When he came adjacent to the sound, he looked through the trees to see a goat-headed creature crouched over a deer carcass. As if sensing his presence, it stopped eating, looking right at my father. Then, it stood on its hind legs and stretched its enormous wings wide. Dad ran home in a blind panic, and my grandparents didn't believe his story. Instead, he was given extra chores for falling asleep and lying. I grew up in South America, in Brazil, right in the middle of the country in the center-western state of Goiás. My stepfather's relatives lived in the countryside about 8 hours from the capital, Goiânia. I grew up there until about 7 or 8 years old, before moving to the capital with my parents because there wasn't enough work. We'd go back there every summer holiday, and my cousin and I would go fishing and hunting together. One particular week, we'd gone further into the countryside to visit my stepfather's brother, who lived in a farm a couple of hours from the town we were in. After lunch, my cousin and I decided to follow the little stream upward to see what was there and if we could find anything interesting. There were no neighbors for miles up that way, and the woods were filled with dangers like poisonous snakes and jaguars, but we didn't care. I must have been 14 years old at that time. We thought we were invincible. A couple of hours in, we had reached a very dense part of the forest that surrounds most of the area, and we were getting pretty tired. It was getting harder and harder to cut through the vegetation to keep going. Suddenly, we came by a clearing. The little stream that we'd been following continued on, but we decided to stop for a moment to get some rest and drink some water. To this day, I can't really explain what happened next. My cousin will tell you the same thing. It's just one of those weird, unexplainable things. On the other side of the stream, there was a small sandbank, and imprinted on it was a huge footprint. Man, it was huge. No normal human being could have a foot that big. Also, it was just one footprint, as if whoever it belonged to jumped over the stream in a hurry. My cousin and I walked over to it, scared shitless. We wanted to make sure that we were actually seeing that. We examined it, measured our own feet against it, and we realized that whoever this huge foot belonged to, it would have had to have been at least 5 meters tall. We suddenly started to feel this horrible dread coming over us. We rushed back without so much as a peep. We didn't even look back. People I tell this to often tease me, asking why we didn't go further to see what we could find, maybe another footprint or something else. But the fear of finding whatever that huge footprint belonged to scared the hell out of us. I never returned to that place. Last night I left to go home from a camping trip in Arizona, and let me tell y'all, something scared the shit out of me. I was driving back home to Cali from the forest in Forest Lakes, Arizona with my boyfriend. Suddenly, we see a huge dog-looking creature with white and brown fur on it. It was running in and out of the trees on our left side. My boyfriend and I tried to slow down to see what the heck it was, but all of a sudden, when I barely can get a glimpse, it started sprinting at my car on my side. Mind you, I had the windows down. It was a cool night, but I shit you not, I freaking didn't hesitate to hit the gas pedal and get the fuck out of there. I didn't care to look back or anything. I had that gut feeling and wanted out. But yeah, weird situation. Does anyone know what the hell I might have seen? I know what a dog looks like, and animals in general, but this thing gave me a whole different vibe. When I was 15, my friend called me wanting to take a few days off of school. His family was taking a trip to California to experience Universal Studios. I lived in Arizona and had never been to California before, but I was definitely ready to go. I get my parents' permission to go and spend about a day at his house, because we would have had to leave early the next day as to not waste a day just wandering around. So we'd take about a day to drive there, spend a full day there, and hit the road again. Driving home, my friend's sister's brother, he himself, are asleep, so everyone except for my friend's parents and me. On the drive home, it's nighttime. There's a long line of cars due to the out-of-state travelers, so I found myself just looking out the window, at first at the cars, and then just next to the vehicle. As I move my gaze, I see a figure. At first, it looks about 5 or 6 feet tall, then maybe even 7 feet tall, skinny, almost resembles a coyote, but really sick-looking, just crouching behind a bush or something on the side of the road. I remember watching it as it started to poke its head out, as if it was trying to get a better look at me. It looked as if it had little to no ears, which really caught me off guard. And then, its eyes. It had these white eyes, like a zombie or something dead. Not sure what happened, but something made it turn its head to the side, and I could see that its eyes were actually sunken in, and there was a patch of what I would guess you'd call skin, but appeared more as deep flesh, with small amounts of skin scattered about, shades of black or brown. There were hairs which looked fake, and matted down fur on its face and head. Its neck, it looked like it had a gunshot hole, and hanging down was a rotting piece of flesh, I assumed. Maybe something was eating something, but I focused on what I was seeing, using the taillight's glow to examine the creature further. Its cheeks were torn and rotting as well. It looked like blood or some sort of substance was draining from its jaw. A mouth full of large, damaged, bloody teeth. This creature then stood up slowly, still looking at me while doing so. Then turned and walked almost a straight path. After that, I just sort of stared ahead, not to the side any longer. I tried to sleep like everyone else, but I couldn't. I was feeling more paranoid than ever. I stayed up watching videos on my phone until eventually we weren't on the road any longer. I've never spoken about this to anyone else since it happened. My girlfriend and I live in an apartment complex at the edge of our small town in Illinois. Right next to us is a lively wooded area full of coyotes, deer, and lots of birds. Last night at 3 a.m., she went outside to grab a case of water from our car. She heard a girl's voice say, "Hello?" from the woods. She couldn't see, but she replied back with her own confused, "Hello?" Next, the voice asked, "Can somebody help me?" And it gave her the chills, so she ran back inside. Right before she entered the house, she heard it again, only this time it was closer, and it didn't sound like a girl's voice anymore. It didn't even sound real. After having time to think it over, she thought the girl's voice sounded familiar, but she couldn't quite place it. I fully believe her because in the 2 years we've lived here, we've never talked about anything like this. Plus, I saw the shock on her face when she rushed inside. She was also out of breath. I thought she'd seen or heard a gunshot or something. She thinks it was a skinwalker. What do you think? I also read that you're not supposed to interact with it or share your encounter with anyone. Hopefully it'll be okay just to share this one instance if that's really what it is.
This happened a few months ago. Me and my friends were messing around in a forest near our houses. We were walking through it, and my friend shouted out that he saw a figure in there, pointing to a drainage tunnel. We messed around by throwing rocks at the tunnel, and then we went on. We saw there was a pathway with a dead end to the left, but there was a small space to jump to. You just had to take a right. My friend and I were talking, and we saw our other friend jump to the left, where the dead end was. But when we looked, he wasn't there. We walked the entire forest 4 times. We were talking to each other, calling out for our friend. We'd made our way back to the entrance, and we saw our friend walking toward the exit. When we caught up to him, he said that he had heard us talking and bickering, following our voices, but we were at the other end. There was another weird part. When we were walking the 3rd time, one of the bushes started shaking profusely for about 4 seconds. I don't know. Some sort of mimic or other dimensions.
Okay, so I was at home with my girlfriend at the time and 2 friends. I was looking out the window, and there was fucking quickly changing, flashing colors in the sky. And during the day, too. I live in Montreal, so I don't live where you would be seeing the northern lights. And even if they were the northern lights, these lights looked totally synthetic. It was going between purple, blue, yellow, pink. I was fucking blown away, and I was like, what the fuck is going on? I called my girlfriend and friends to come look, and they were as confused as me. Years later, I was thinking about it, and I brought it up to my friends, and they had no memory of it whatsoever. I asked my girlfriend, and she remembered it. I have no clue what it could have been. Any ideas? I basically just think it's aliens. I was taking a shower and just staring aimlessly at the shower head, dreaming and pondering of the things that one ponders of during a shower. The shower head had a mirrored surface, and I slowly realized that though I was staring directly at it, my reflection's eyes were looking off to the left. For a moment or two, I wondered how that was possible, and what trick of the beveling was causing my reflection to be looking away, when suddenly my reflection's eyes shifted and looked directly at me, and they continued to return my gaze for the rest of the shower, as if nothing awry had been happening. It's never happened before or since. I was doing some work in the garage, and later I left through the garage door. I started walking away from the house, and I felt eyes looking at me. I look back and I see my sister looking at me through the living room window. We wave at each other, and I keep going on my merry way. Later, I referenced how I could feel her looking at me, and she said, "What are you talking about?" And I said, "When I waved to you as I was leaving." She had no idea what I was talking about. To make it even more weird, She was apparently at work at the time. I work nights while my husband stays home with my daughter. I left the house at 10, and at 12:30, my daughter texted me asking if I was home. I said I wasn't. She swore she heard me calling her name when she let the dogs out. It really shook her up. She was crying, and she's normally very level-headed. She never makes up stories like this, so I was freaked out too. I told her to lock all the doors, to have her stepdad look around because I couldn't think of anything else to say. I don't know what could have happened, but she genuinely thought it was me. There's no other women in our neighborhood that know her name. Our house was built in 1900, and we've had many spooky things happen. I'm not saying this is necessarily supernatural, but it's pretty strange. Has this ever happened to anyone else? This just happened to me today. I needed a watch for work, and I looked at the usual spot where I keep it. Nothing. Then I went searching the area, and I couldn't find it. On my way out, I grabbed a jacket I haven't worn since last year. On a whim, I searched the pockets, turning them inside out, and nothing. About an hour ago, I heard a beep. I decided to check my pocket. I found my watch. No idea how it got there. It doesn't have a hole in it could have fallen in. Years ago, I lost a buck in the car. After searching, I couldn't find my buck, but I found a 20 instead. I never lost a 20. Never found that buck. One night, when I was about 15, I was babysitting for my friend who had gone out to the bar. I babysat for her all the time. My friend and her friend came home, my friend with her boyfriend, and her friend with some man that she'd met at the bar. My friend would usually have her boyfriend run me home as I only lived a block away, but that night he'd been drinking, so the other guy said that he would run me home. My friend absolutely refused and was adamant about it. Even though she was drinking herself, she insisted on taking me home, and she did so. Later that night, the guy whom my friend's friend had brought home left my friend's house, went to two of my classmates' residence, and murdered them both. He was a Marine stationed in my town, and now sits in prison for his crimes. I asked my friend why she so adamantly refused to allow him to drive me home. She said it was just a gut instinct. I firmly believe her gut instinct saved my life. If he'd have been allowed to take me home, I know that I would have been the one cut up and murdered that night. Hey, so, look, my name and information aren't important, but I just went through something that really freaked me out, and I'm only trying to warn others who might fall for the same trick. I found an ad offering volunteers $100 a night to participate in a sleep experiment. That sounded like easy money I sorely need, so obviously I called the number. A research assistant asked me a series of questions about my sleep habits, seemed satisfied with my answers. No, I don't have trouble falling asleep or waking up at night. And no, I don't sleepwalk or talk. I'm just a sound sleeper with regular dreams. There's nothing abnormal to disclose. And that's exactly what they wanted to hear. For 5 nights, I would arrive at 10:15 p.m. and sleep from 11 to 5, at which point I was free to go. All the data they needed would be collected while I slept. Sounds pretty simple, right? Well, let me tell you about this shitstorm. The first night wasn't exactly fun, but it didn't make me want to quit. $500 was enough to pay my share of rent. Monday night, I followed the directions to find that the experiment was being conducted inside of a closed-down urgent care. It only seemed strange for a moment. I mean, most would classify this as a medical thing, but once inside, the staff was pleasantly reassuring. After greeting me at the door, a petite brunette ushered me through the waiting area, past a friendly receptionist and to a back room. There was a bed with a machine sitting next to it, and that was about it. I'm not sure what I expected. Other than various electrodes being attached to my head, but reality was a step up in that regard. The only thing that they attached were 2 tiny nodes onto my temples. As soon as they came into contact with my skin, the bedside monitor came to life with wavy lines. It meant nothing to me, but my escort, who said her name was Lucy, simply nodded in approval and took notes. I was ready to get in bed. I'd taken a mild sedative despite explicit instructions against them. I have a really hard time sleeping in strange beds, and this wasn't exactly the Ritz. I didn't want to get kicked out if I couldn't fall asleep. It's funny to think that's what I was worried about, all things considered. Before leaving, she explained the participants would be monitored from another room, but otherwise left in peace until 5 a.m. Sounded good to me. I hadn't seen or heard another soul since arriving, but I was taken to the room so quickly it didn't seem strange. I simply found comfort in being part of a group. I wasn't a person, just a number on a piece of paper, a statistic in a medical journal, and that's how I liked it. I fell asleep quickly and slept through the night without disturbance, but when I woke up, there was a man in my room. He seemed to be studying the monitor and jotting down notes, but the instant I opened my eyes, I could have sworn I caught him looking away in slight panic. And it sure didn't help that he resembled Jeffrey Dahmer. The guy left a few seconds later without ever saying a word. He wasn't even wearing a name tag. It was a bit creepy, but nothing that actually scared me. I figured, even if he was a perv, he couldn't do much more than stare, right? Anyway, I'm just going to call him Jeffrey, since I never actually learned his name, but we'll come back to him in a second. When I got home that morning, I crawled into bed for another hour's sleep, and I had an itch behind my left knee. While scratching, I felt what I thought was a mosquito bite and instantly forgot about it. Fast forward to the second night. Everything went exactly the same, down to Jeffrey being there when I woke. He was taking notes again, but standing noticeably closer. I said an awkward good morning, hoping to feel more at ease if we actually spoke, but a polite nod was his only reply as he shuffled out of the room. Any doubts I had about returning vanished when another $100 was placed into my hand, and I went home once again. This time, I had an itch behind my left knee while brushing my teeth, and it kinda hurt to scratch. The mosquito bite was larger, and it stung to the touch. It was annoying, but not concerning. I mean, who thinks twice about a mosquito bite? Sure, it was in a weird spot since I'd been wearing sweats, but stranger things have happened. Wednesday night. I arrived at the usual time, but I stayed in my car for a few extra minutes. I wanted to meet another guinea pig, just to drum up conversation, but I never saw a soul. I didn't want to risk my $100 by being late, so ultimately, I wound up right back in the same situation. And once again, woke up to Jeffrey's note-taking. This time, he was close enough for his leg to be touching the mattress. I gasped from the shock of proximity, and he quickly stepped away. When I received my $100 at the desk, I told the receptionist I would appreciate not waking up to the researcher hovering over me each morning. And her face went slack for a split second, before quickly regaining composure and explaining that she would be sure to handle the situation. That night, in the shower, I felt a horrible sting when the water hit the mosquito bite. It hurt far more than it should, and it was swollen to 3 times its original size. I didn't even take a shower. Instead, I got dressed and checked in the mirror before getting my roommate's opinion. We decided something bit me, just not a mosquito. I didn't connect it to the sleep study at all. Thursday was the worst. I didn't make it back for a Friday appointment, and I didn't take the usual sedatives either. I didn't like how drowsy I always was the next day, and it seemed reasonable to blame a handful of sleeping pills. But now I'm fairly certain that they weren't the only things in my system. That night, Lucy greeted me as usual, but there was a new receptionist. The one that I spoke to was nowhere to be seen. I couldn't just go to sleep without knowing someone had put a stop to Jeffrey, so I told Lucy everything. She seemed genuinely empathetic and remorseful. Apparently, she was under the impression her director called me personally, or she would have informed me that Jeffrey's dismissal was immediate. He wasn't allowed to be in the rooms unless there was a medical emergency. His only job was to monitor the security footage and collect the data from our rooms after departure, not before we even wake up. This information both mortified and relieved me. On one hand, it was over, and I wasn't crazy. But on the other, what exactly had his endgame been? And what exactly was he doing while I slept? I pushed those questions far from my mind and forced myself into bed knowing I was at least safe now. It took much longer to fall asleep, but eventually I drifted into a dream about Taco Bell. Whatever, not important, don't judge me. I was sitting in my car, eating a quesadilla, when a man suddenly climbed into the passenger seat. The stranger frightened me, but I was also alarmed by the sound. Imagine that you're getting into a car. Think of how the door sounds as you open and close it. Now imagine that you've just gotten home and you're walking through your front door. There's a distinct difference, isn't there? What I heard in my dream was the sound of a front door, only it was actually the door to my room. I realized my quesadilla was only a dream and began to wake at the sound of a familiar voice, Lucy's. She was telling someone to stop being a baby. She told them the mixture was definitely right this time, that the AA study group results confirmed it. She promised this was the last round. I wanted to believe I was still dreaming, even though my heart was beating through my ribs like a drummer on ecstasy, which is super uncomfortable, for the record. I didn't so much as decide what to do, as I acted out of sheer instinct thanks to some kind of autopilot self-preservation power. First, I started to moan and roll over. Lucy instantly fell silent, and I could feel her tension as she waited, breath held. I didn't want them to know that I heard anything, but I also didn't want them to think I was fully asleep. I counted to 10 before grunting and rolling a little more, and thankfully, that made them nervous enough to leave the room. Though I'm sure they were only ducking out long enough for me to pass out again. There were no windows in the room. My only way out was the same door. I cracked it open just enough to spy Lucy and Jeffrey talking to the receptionist and another man that I had never seen before. Jeffrey's mere presence was enough to prove that something shady was going on with those people and their psychotic experiment. Hoping that no one else was in the building, I sprang from my room, down the hall, and out the front door, where I saw two men circling my car, looking through the windows. Instead of running towards them, I ran down the street, knowing that I could make it to a gas station if I didn't lose my lead. From there, I called the police. They did check out the urgent care, but it was completely empty. No people, no machines, just my car in an empty parking lot. Seriously, though, what were those people doing? What the hell were they really testing on me? I was watching Monster, the Jeffrey Dahmer series at home, and I felt sick to my stomach. This was around midnight. Then, a few minutes went by and I felt like going to 7-Eleven to grab a hot chocolate. As I drove and parked my car in the parking lot, I saw a creepy blonde-haired guy who looked to be around 30, 5'8", standing right in front of the door. I was worried, but brushed it off. I then tried entering from, the side, going inside the 7-Eleven, but the tall guy was just blocking the door. At this point, I didn't care about his looks or how attractive he seemed to be because I thought in my head, that's how psychos look. They look charming and have bad intentions or motives. However, stupidly, I said in a pleasing voice, "I'm sorry," and nudged him to move. He just smiled in a weird way and said, I just got my stuff, and as I ran to my car, even though I have asthma and it was hard, I didn't want to take any risks of being killed, so I ran. As I ran, he kept saying, the guy was heading to my car in such a slow pace, left hand in one pocket, and the right hand gestured and made a shh sound to his lips. He was like 3 feet away and then came up quickly and was about to open my door. I quickly locked it before he came close, and then I showed him my middle finger. He tried opening the fucking door and was banging on the window. I sped off like a maniac. I was shaking, literally, and was about to cry, but I didn't want to seem weak, and I headed to the highway. He was following me, fast, and I quickly went someplace else, exited the highway faster. This was the decision when I felt threatened. I should have went somewhere else. I should have not drove a higher speed limit over the highway, or I could have been stopped. Why the fuck didn't I think of that? Fuck. I did call the cops and gave all the info about this man, and then I drove further away. Then I went to a populated place, the mall, parked my car in the parking lot. I ran into the mall. I stayed sitting on a bench. After an hour had passed by, I looked around carefully, and I didn't see him. I think I accidentally manifested something evil while watching the series, without knowing or manifesting it later. I'm not watching creepy, gruesome killer stuff anymore. I'm scared and paranoid. After that, I told my older sister about it. She told me I'm delusional or hallucinating ever since I saw the series. I've been feeling so much anxiety about it. I live in a flat building in a good area. It's a long, windy cul-de-sac, so there's not many cars coming in and out unless it's people leaving or coming home from work. My boyfriend is away in Thailand for a month. We usually take the dog out together at night. I went myself, which I was fine with. I usually feel safe. Last week, around 8 p.m., I left the flat to take my dog for a pee. My dog is extremely excitable, especially around other people. She had just been spayed, so she had a cone on her head and stitches that needed to heal. I'm waiting for my dog to do her business, and a car pulls in, drives slowly past me. The guy did a friendly, neighborly nod towards me, so I did a small smile back, to be polite. The guy parks at the front of the building, and I'm on the other side of the car park, on the grass with my dog. I'm watching my dog trying to get her to hurry up because it was freezing. I look up, and the man is standing outside of his car, staring at me. Freaked out by this, I turn my attention back to my dog. I keep looking over my shoulder, and he's staring with a creepy-ass smile on his face. I looked away again for a second, and he was walking along the road, slowly, towards us. I'm a really friendly person. I can be paranoid and aware. As a woman, you should be at night, but something about him made me feel scared. He's walking so slow, as if he wants to talk to me, so I hide behind a van, and I'm telling the dog, hurry up and pee. I can't see him anymore, which terrified the life out of me. All I can hear are footsteps coming towards us. The guy peeks his face around the van, and my dog goes nuts. She's jumping around, barking aggressively, which she never does that to people. And this guy doesn't take that as a reason to leave. My dog is showing that she doesn't want his presence. But even though she's doing this, he continues walking towards us, slowly. I start backing up and I say to him to please leave as she's just had surgery and she's too excited. In the most quiet, sinister voice, he asks, "What's your name?" I couldn't really hear him. He kept repeating the question. I eventually understood what he was asking. My dog is still going absolutely nuts at him. I say again, "Please, my dog has just had surgery. You need to walk away. She's getting too excited." Ignored, again. Walks towards us, asking my name. So I start walking away from him. He ponders for a minute, still smiling, creepily. He eventually backs up slowly, still facing me. I swear he did this for at least 20 seconds. He walks back to his car, looking over his shoulder at me, then stands back at his car and stares for another 3 minutes. I pretend my dog is doing something when she's really just being a pain in the ass and standing there. I look up and he's gone. I'm shaking, sending my sister voice notes about what's going on. She's telling me, just go inside, but she doesn't realize I'm frozen in fear. Eventually, I see a woman and her son walk up to the front door, so I half jog over there with my dog to go inside at the same time as them. The front of the building has a glass door. I glance in, and the man is standing there, waiting for us. I told the woman, "This man's been following me and my dog. I'm scared." And she walks in with me. The man sees I'm not alone and walks right past us, out of the building again. I run into the lift with my dog. I get in and I lock my doors. I decide to tell my 2 male neighbors about it. As my boyfriend is away, they agree to run downstairs if I ever need them. I took a picture of his car, registration plate. As my twin sister gets the train home late at night after work, I want her to be wary of him. Well, today, I was out with my dog at 11 a.m., just doing our usual walk around the block. We walk into the building, and as we're heading to the lift, I see the guy peek his head around the corner. He was looking for me. He started walking towards me. At first, I don't recognize him, but then he smiled this creepy smile, and I realized who it was. He said hi, so I said hi, and then beelined it for the lift. He came towards me and my dog again. I pressed the lift button, just watching it come down from the 6th floor. He comes and stands closer to me. Again, my dog is going nuts at him. He asks what my name was. He has an accent, and he asks again when I didn't understand what he was saying. I ask, "What, my dog's name or mine?" He says, "Yours." I froze and said some fake name. He started to move closer. I had no time to pay attention. The lift was about to open, and I could run away. He told me his name. I replied, "Nice to meet you." And finally, the lift doors opened. I walked in and pressed the button to my floor, hoping he would just leave me alone. He ran behind me as I walked in, and he went, "I'd like to see you again." What the fuck? Shivers ran down my spine. I was so creeped out. I replied that I had a boyfriend, but thanks. As I said this, the lift doors were closing, and he tried to stick his hand out to stop the lift from closing. Thank God they closed on time. I'm only on the next floor up, so I was so afraid he was going to run up as he could see what floor I got off at. I stopped for a moment and almost pressed a different floor, but I just wanted to get inside my house and lock the doors. The lift opens, and he's not there. So I beeline for the front door. There's a glass door to the stairs, and I swear, I thought I saw someone coming up. I ran in, and I locked the front door. I was so confused by what had just happened. Next thing I do, I message everyone with the update. They told me to get the phone for the non-emergency police number, even if just to get it on record. So I did that. The police arrived around 3 p.m. at my flat. I explained everything to them, and they said I could either A, get the police to go to his front door and tell him to knock it off, or, next time he does something like that, tell him to leave me alone, and if he doesn't, phone the police, as it would then be considered harassment. But for now, the police couldn't do more, which is fair enough. I didn't want to anger him at this stage, as it's not a crime at this point. But why can't he just leave me alone? I've clearly shown that I'm not interested. I hate saying something is going on when it maybe isn't, but I just have a terrible gut feeling. I recently shared this story in a True Scary Stories Facebook group. I got a lot of feedback from people who lived in this area. It felt good to finally share my experience, so I'd like to leave it here as well. Well, shortly after posting, a woman contacted me to threaten myself and my family if I wrote about this man again. She believes he's innocent. It spooked me so much that I took my story down. I don't need weirdos like her in my life. I've since thought about this and decided to share my story again, but anonymously. It's my experience, and I'm not going to be frightened by some crazy bitch who dates child killers. So, here it is. I originally thought this incident happened in January of '84, but I now realize it was probably later in '83. I was 8 years old and lived in Aurora, Colorado, a suburb southeast of Denver. We lived in a brand new subdivision, and I loved it. Our ranch-style house was busy. I had 3 sisters, an older brother, a grandmother, and my mom living in our home. My 10-year-old sister and I shared a bedroom on the main floor. I loved this room. My twin bed was pushed against the wall that had the window facing our backyard, and at night, I liked pushing the curtains aside to look out. The window was elevated, but not so high that I couldn't easily see into the yard. My older sisters shared the room next to us, and my grandmother was in a large room across the small hallway. My mother stayed in a finished bedroom downstairs in the basement, and my brother had the rest of the basement. He was 16 at the time and had lots of friends that were always coming and going. I remember our house always being full of guests. We had a severe cold spell that week, so it was super icy outside. My sister and I had been playing in the backyard, which had not been enclosed with a fence. We had circular snow sleds that we would stand on and slide across the grass, and we left them strewn across the yard. That night, something woke me out of a sound sleep, and I thought about going downstairs to sleep with my mother. I did this from time to time, and she and I were really close. Then I heard a noise outside my window. It sounded like someone was slowly walking through the snow in the backyard. I could hear frozen grass crunching under their feet. Then I heard someone say, "Shit," and something clinked. I moved my curtain aside and I looked out the window. I expected to see my brother or one of his friends. He often came home past curfew and snuck through the backyard into an open basement window. I remember thinking he shouldn't be doing this on a school night. And in the morning, I planned to tell Mother that he woke me up. Only, it wasn't my brother. I saw a young man, probably in his early 20s, that I didn't recognize. I made eye contact with him and then quickly scanned the rest of the yard for my brother. I didn't see him anywhere. I was going to move away from the window but the man's eyes were glued on mine, and he started walking towards my gaze. I froze. I couldn't move. He came as close as he could to the glass. He smiled at me. It was an eerie smile. It was an, "Oh, look, you caught me doing something I shouldn't be doing," kind of smile. I remember he had crystal blue eyes, almost gray. Something about his expression was not right. Took me a few seconds to realize I was feeling fear. He was not a friend of my brother's, nor was he supposed to be in our yard at that time of night. I panicked, jumped out of bed, quickly ran downstairs to tell my mother. Once I got to the basement, I saw my brother was sound asleep. It scared me even more to know that the strange man was most likely not one of his friends. Mom calmed me down, came upstairs, turned on the outside light. She looked into the yard, but she didn't see anyone. She didn't make a big deal out of it, and I ended up spending the rest of the night with her, but I didn't sleep well. I wondered, why was the man in our yard? Where had he gone? I was also scared he might come back. I don't know the exact timeline, but it was roughly a few weeks later when a family was murdered by an intruder with a hammer and a knife in the middle of the night. The father, mother, and 7-year-old daughter were killed, and the 3-year-old daughter was left for dead, but miraculously survived. This crime sent our entire community over the edge. The police didn't seem to know who did this horrible thing or why. All we knew was that the hammer killer probably chose the house at random, came through an open garage door. No one in my family ever mentioned the man I saw again, but I asked my mother about it years later and she tensed up. The hammer killer. The case went cold. The community moved on, and I moved further south. I never forgot that man in my yard, though, and I always felt that he might have been the same man who murdered that family. As years went by, more information came out. They linked the murder to a vicious murderer and rapist of women in another community. Thanks to DNA, they also linked him to a savage attack on a couple and a flight attendant in Aurora. He was a serial predator and active in our community that whole time. Fast forward to 2019. I'm watching the news, and I can't believe it. They solved that murdered family's cold case from 1984, as well as the other attacks. They flashed the suspect's picture across the screen, and my heart stopped. It was him, the man I saw as a child. He frightened me so badly, his face is etched into my memory. I said something about it to my brother, but he just shrugged it off. I mentioned it to some friends, and they said it was creepy, but there was no way that I could have remembered something like that. I thought that they might be right, until later. The news also showed photos of the suspect when he was younger. That is exactly the man I saw. I know it. It's changed the way I think about things. It's changed the gratitude I feel for my life. What if he hadn't tripped on those sleds and somehow made it into our house? My sisters and I could have been the ones on the news. This happened a few nights ago, or I guess even a week ago now. I can't go to my favorite gas station at night anymore, and I basically avoid it in the day, too. I mean, it already started getting sketchy about 6 months ago, but now it's just out of control. Before I get into this, please know I'm not judging people who struggle with addiction in general, but at the same time, I am about to pass judgment on somebody who is very likely on drugs. If that offends you, just remember, they're not the ones who walked away with scratches. I usually hit up this gas station every night after my shift. I'm a bartender who works down at the waterfront. My last shift ends around 11:30.
I get to this place a bit before midnight. I grab my drinks, my jewels, maybe some Skittles, and then I'm out. Well, about a week ago, it didn't go half as smooth. I got in okay, grabbed my goods, though no Skittles this time, just a blue Powerade and my jewels. It was getting out of there that gave me trouble. I never even saw anyone near the store, not when I had pulled up. But heading out to my car, I see tucked on the side of the building are 2 or 3 guys smoking. I don't know what they're smoking, it's none of my business, so whatever. I fiddle for my keys, and I hear someone right up in my space speak into my left ear. They're close as fuck to my face, and I'm frozen for a split second before I whip around, asking what the fuck is going on and telling them to back up. It registers with me that the guy said, "You smoke dope?" To which I'm answering him now. "I don't smoke dope. Now back up." I realize that he doesn't look armed and his hands aren't in his pockets, so I feel comfortable continuing to open my car door to get the fuck out of there. Then a hand slams my door shut as I barely get it opening. His angry, sluggish voice lets out a sharp, "Bitch," followed by one of those weird-ass loud whistles. I see the 3 or so guys on the side start to make their way over to where I'm standing. Before they even take a few steps, I'm whipping around to push the man away from me. He barely moves, his hand only lifting off the car for a moment, but I'm running out of time before these 3 dudes surround my car. Before I can swing on him with my bag of goods, he presses my shoulder against the car, and it wasn't a gentle nudge either. It's funny though. I didn't think to scream. I had this moment where I thought, no one's going to give a fuck if I start screaming. I knew that the man that worked at the gas station at this time was so old, like barely hanging on for life, and man couldn't hear shit. The only other people around at the time are the group of men I'm trying to avoid. I go to knee him in the balls, and like some sort of Matrix junkie, he swings his hips backwards, causing my knee to miss his junk. But he's pissed and almost distracted, enough to where I was able to smack his arm away and grab my car door handle, unpin my shoulder. I'm now trying to put the bag of goods between me and this fucker. I open the door slightly, and while part of me wants to reach my arm through the small crack that's open, I don't want this man to push me or the door, suddenly crushing my hand or worse. But doing nothing causes the man to grab my free arm, gripping it hard with his dirty hand, fingernails digging into my forearm. And for the first time, I yelled out. As I'm screaming for the guy to let the fuck go, 2 other guys attempt to open the passenger side door. I say fuck it, and I use all my strength with my other arm to pry the door open, kicking the man's leg to push him away. Then the 3rd man of the group joins this guy, grabbing my arm. I use my foot to kick him in the balls. I make contact and he falls. He loosens the grip, and it causes the man to loosen slightly, and I take that chance to remove my arm. I can't get it entirely free, but I've gotten the door open. I've launched myself into the driver's seat, and I keep pulling, but he hasn't fully let go. I grab my steering wheel for leverage, and I pull. With one painful yank, I feel the man's nails dig and scrape into my skin as I pull. And then I'm free. He quickly tried to put his hand back in to grab anything, but I quickly slammed the door on his hand, opening it only slightly for him to remove it. Now, all of the men were on the driver's side, but I've got all of the doors locked. I practically was crying the whole way out of the parking lot and home, but I wasn't going to go home. These were angry tears. I was so fucking pissed that these guys had scared me away from my favorite gas station, that it was almost so much worse. that I had these fucking disgusting scratches on my arm to remind me of this for God knows how long. Before going home, I drove to the police station to file a proper report. I had them take photos of my arm. I explained what happened, when and where, but I also described each of the men in detail. I told the police I didn't want to stick around to see if they were there still, but I urged them to keep an eye on that gas station and an eye out for these men. Truthfully, I have no idea what their intentions were. All I know is that when someone puts their hands on you, invades your space, and has power in numbers, that shit's terrifying. I still drive by occasionally, sometimes before work, sometimes after. It may not be those guys, not all of them anyway, but the place isn't looking too safe these days. The side of the building is sketchy, and it's sad. I filed the report because if any other woman or human has to experience that shit, I'm gonna know that it's because the police failed them. Someone who could do something about it failed them, not me. My boyfriend and I bought a house on the outskirts of the city, about 30 minutes away. 20 minutes further than our home was an old abandoned military base, where a lot of kids and young adults would explore, and everyone said it was so creepy. That was right up my alley. The thing about the base was that, back in the day, it used to be an army base, with the main headquarters on a tall hill, and below were homes that used to house the military families. Also, there was a school, church, recreation hall, and community center, down below where the homes were. What made this place so weird was that everything was abandoned, except for the homes, which were still being used as low-income housing. To top off the creepiness of it all, every home had a tunnel going from the basement, up the hill, into the main base. Now, those tunnels are filled with concrete, cement, keeping people from using them, but still creepy. My boyfriend had lived there for a brief time with his mom, brother, and 2 sisters when he was about 14. Him and his sisters have stories about seeing things in that house, including a small girl running through the hall to their mom's room. And when my boyfriend got up to check, it wasn't either of his sisters, as they were still in bed, and there was no one in his mother's room. But I digress. One night, we were at home with a few friends, sitting around the fire pit, when someone suggested we go check out the base. It was around 11 p.m., which was a good time to go, as you had to be sneaky about it, being that there were still people living at the bottom of the hill, and they would often report you to the police for trespassing. Narcs. I had never been there, and I was very excited to go. I'd heard all of the stories, and I'd wanted to go for a while. We all piled into our friend's truck, 5 of us, and headed over. Once we got there, we had our lights turned off and quietly drove into the recreational hall parking lot. We were getting our nerves together to go out and head up the hill, passing out flashlights and looking around to make sure no one was watching. We would have to sneak out of the truck and quietly run up the road until it reached a part that had some good tree cover. Just then, someone said, "Hey, what is that light?" We were all looking up the hill, and through the bushes, we could see a little light bouncing around. We would see it for a few seconds, and then it would be gone behind the trees. Then back again, and then gone. Finally, it was gone for good. We decided, yeah, it was weird, but let's go. Just then, at the road going up the hill, where we were going, just at the part where the trees cleared, we all saw something. We couldn't decipher what it was. A person, a shadow. It was moving. It was coming down the hill towards us. Then we saw that it was 3 things, shadows, people, whatever. These 3 shapes looked a lot like soldiers. They each had what looked like rifles resting on their shoulder as they were walking. It was so dark, all of us were freaking out. "That looks like soldiers," someone said, followed by, "Are they carrying guns?" We were at the army base, and we were all seriously considering that this may be 3 ghost soldiers. When they got closer, we realized they had something on their faces. It was gray and white. As they came closer, it was skulls. They had skulls for faces. At this point, we were all freaking out. They got close enough, still walking down the hill, for us to realize that they were 3 men, large men, not ghosts, holding baseball bats over their shoulders, with black hoodies on, and skeleton masks on. We all slouched down as much as we could and peeked over the dashboard and from behind the back seats. As they came off of the base road onto the house roads, they pulled their masks up and lit up cigarettes, walking back to one of the houses. We were shocked. What on earth were they doing up there? Grown men with baseball bats, dressed like that. It was terrifying. We should have called the police, but, what would we have said? And what proof did we have that they even did anything? I was worried someone was up there that they had hurt, or that they may have been protecting something that was up there. But the scariest part about all of it was thinking, what would have happened to us if we would have run into them up there in the abandoned army base? It still gives me chills. Needless to say, when they were out of sight, we bolted out of there and went home. I still have never seen the army base, and actually, a few years ago, they demolished it. The other buildings below are still there, and the homes are still being used to this day. I have been back to check out the other buildings, but couldn't get inside. However, as I was walking away, I did see a shadow of a man leaning against the side of the building where you can't get to. And I wasn't the only one to have seen him. I knew it wasn't just a person because we could see through him. I was homeless in Long Beach, California in 1980 at 16 years old because my mom was in federal prison and my dad lived in Texas. I was staying in cars and garages, and one day I was hitchhiking from downtown to Belmont Shores, and I was given a ride by a dude who was kind of strange, but I wasn't worried. I was already a hard drug user, and I'd been arrested for 25 pounds of marijuana in Huntington Beach, but that's another story. So I was picked up by this dude, and we drove down Ocean Boulevard, and he says to me, "I have to make a short detour and pick up some Valiums." I said okay. We turned onto Colorado Street and drove a few blocks up that street. He parked in front of a small apartment complex building, and he said, "I'll be right back." I was waiting in the car, and he came from the apartment to the car. He said his cousin had locked the Valiums in the safe, and that he'd paged him and was waiting for him to call with the combo. He asked if I wanted to come up and smoke a joint. I was like, okay, because I was a pothead. I followed him upstairs and entered the apartment. I sat down on the couch and immediately scanned the room for weapons because he was kind of strange. Long Beach is full of kind of strange people. I saw a pair of scissors and some other stuff scattered around the apartment. It was fairly clean and well kept. As I'm looking around, he reaches under the couch for what I thought was a weed tray. He says, "Hey, you ever seen one of these?" And as I look at what's in his hand, it's a pair of flex cuffs. And he says, "Try 'em on," and attacks me. He grabs my wrists
and pulls out a can of mace, spraying me in the face. He's able to get a zip tie around my wrist, but I pulled one hand out as he tightened it. I jumped up, and as we were fighting, I got to the scissors. I grabbed the scissors, and he got me in a bear hug from behind. I stabbed him in the face as he was trying to pin my arms. I'm fighting for my life, and I stabbed as hard as I could. His grip moved and pinned my arms, and he began choking me from behind. I was not able to breathe. I thought I was going to die. So I went limp, and I acted like I was done. He dropped me to the floor and dragged me to the bathroom by my arm. He opened the bathroom door and turned on the sink water and said, "Wash your face." And he left me standing there. I immediately jumped into the rim of the bathtub, and he stuck his arm in the door, holding a towel. I was going to jump out of the second-story window. When I saw his arm sticking through the door, I body blocked the door, and he fell back. I jumped over him, and I ran out the front door. I got to the front door, and to my horror, I saw that it was a key lock on the inside. I grabbed the doorknob and I turned it, and it opened. I ran outside and began beating on every upstairs door of the apartment complex. It was like 12 units, so I ran and I yelled, "Police, police, call the police." I ran downstairs, and there were two guys tossing a football in the street. They must have tripped out because I was freaking out, and I had a zip tie around my wrist. They asked me what was going on. I told them what happened. I was explaining what happened, and they cut the zip tie off, and the weirdo tried to come out and leave. The guys helping me told the dude cops are on the way and that he isn't going anywhere. I heard the sirens, and 3 police cars came with lights and sirens blazing. The police asked me what happened, and I explained what happened. They went up to his apartment, came down, told me I had to go up to the apartment. I didn't want to go back in there. He told the police I tried to rob him and stabbed him in the face. He argued with the police that he wasn't gay. But as the police looked around, they found stuff that would show otherwise. Not to mention, they now had the zip tie that was cut off my wrist. They took me outside and explained because I was a juvenile, my parents would have to come to the station to press charges. They told me that if they arrested him, I would be coming also. I said I refused to press charges because I didn't want my parents involved. They left, and I went on my merry way. My mom got out of the feds, and I moved to Texas for 5 years. I came back. My mom and sister had bought a house almost directly across the street from the 12-plex. My sister said she wanted to introduce me to her new husband, and I almost had a heart attack. It was the dude tossing the football that day, and he said, "Where do I know you from?" I was like, "You remember the kid with the zip tie on his wrist?" He was like, "No fucking way." Okay, so I've been kind of seeing this girl from work, on and off, for maybe a little over a month. It's still kind of early and we haven't defined anything about our relationship, but we do go out, or at least communicate in person a few times a week. We're in different departments, so I don't get to see her as much as I'd like. When we get the chance to be alone, I like to seize the opportunity. So, we went to a local festival and met up with some friends. All was fine in the beginning of the night. Then, when I went to get her something to drink from one of those vendors, I took notice to her talking to a guy. I'm not so insecure that this bugged me, but I did walk over and make my presence known. She introduced me to the guy whom she'd just met, and he didn't even acknowledge my existence. He just looked at her and said it was nice to meet her, and then walked away, basically shunning me with his eyes. After she got tired of the festival, she asked me to take her to get something to eat. We went over to this bar and grill type establishment where we met up with another couple that we work with. Lo and behold, as soon as we get our drinks, this same guy walks in. He sits at the bar in a seat that was really close to her. She was also able to confirm that it was the same guy. Now, I feel bad about this because the two that we met up with had made a few jokes at this guy's expense, but it seemed to be based more in nerves rather than trying to humiliate the guy. We made one final stop for the night after eating, and that was to get feminine hygiene products for her. As we were shopping at the pharmacy, the exact same dude walks in, but this time, he gives me a very menacing smile. Dude gave me total serial killer vibes. As she's looking for her tampons, I'm like an aisle over looking at magazines. He just came right up behind me and stared. Tried to keep my cool and play it off as best as I could. When he started making me feel sufficiently uncomfortable, I started making my way over to her. After she checks out, we both leave and he decides that he's done shopping. I knew at this point that this guy was following us. 3 times isn't a coincidence. She had made mention that he was following behind us. I held her wrist and guided her over to my vehicle. As I'm unlocking the car, he approaches her and says, I couldn't believe what I actually just heard. She assured him that she was in no danger. I hate having to say this, but I figured this guy wouldn't take a hint without me being direct. I told him to leave her alone and to go away. He once again made no eye contact with me and just looked at her. He looked at her almost like trying to look into her soul and said, He grabbed her by the wrist and tried pulling her closer to him. She pulled back, but he didn't let up. I stepped between them and shoved him backwards. He bit his bottom lip, like he was so enraged in such an instant. He lunged at me, but I caught him before he could make contact, and I knocked him to the ground. He reached into his pocket, which is where I stopped playing around entirely, and kicked the crap out of him with one kick while he was on the ground. I got in the car, and we got the hell out of there. I drove to my house, where she stayed with me that night. I didn't want to drive her to her house and risk this creepy individual following her there. I felt better with her at my place. She mentioned wanting to file a police report, though neither of us have done this yet. She is okay. She was shaken up, but she seems to be holding up fine. I'd like to think that this guy had no malicious intent. I'd like to think that he was actually looking out for her safety, and maybe he was reaching into his pocket for a cell phone or something. I'm not an idiot, though. This guy seemed to have some serious problems, and for the record, I don't in any way condone violence of any kind, but I think in this case, it was justifiable. When it comes to protecting someone like her, I'm not taking any chances. When I was a teenager in the mid-90s, I was riding my bike home from volleyball practice one night, just as the sun was setting. It was freezing out, but I'm not yet old enough to drive, and both of my parents work at the hospital, so if I wanted to play sports, this is what I'd have to do every Monday through Thursday after school. The back roads I took led past a stretch of bluffs looking over the Atlantic before a big hill led me into the neighborhoods. Riding on the sidewalk next to the fence, separating concrete and the grass of the bluffs, ahead of me I saw a large pickup truck, parked halfway on the street and halfway up on the sidewalk. It had its back bed door down. Next to the truck, on the other side of the fence, I see a man dragging a zipped sleeping bag to the edge of the bluff. He then dropped the side he was pulling and went to the other end. I stopped my bike, and I watched as he struggled to lift that end up before dumping it over the cliffside, then watching its descent. This whole thing really freaked me out. So I started pedaling as fast as I could past the guy, hoping he wouldn't notice me. But he does, turning around right as my feet started cycling. He didn't move towards the truck, but he followed me with his eyes all the way past his truck until I was out of view down the hill. When I got home, I called the cops. They said they would send somebody down there to check it out. I gave a description of the guy and his truck and told them I didn't recognize their license plate, but I knew they weren't from Maine. Nothing ever came of it, though. For all I know, this guy could have been illegally dumping garbage into the ocean using a heavy sleeping bag. But the whole situation really freaked me out. Earlier this week, I was walking my dogs alone at 11 p.m. I know, late. At the exit of my neighborhood, I saw a deer across the road, and I started walking towards it. I saw an SUV come down the road and stop to look at the deer on the side of the road, but it was very strange because he turned around to go back the way he came, and he was staring at me from his car and partially hanging out of his window. I did not make eye contact, and I walked away so I didn't get the best identifying descriptions. As the car was leaving, he made 2 U-turns and was shining his lights at the deer. I did not stop watching his car. I really only saw the back of it, but I thought he was going to get out and hurt the deer or something. He then drove down the road further, but would keep stopping every few feet. I kept watching, and I didn't turn my back because I had a feeling he was watching me while he was stopping. Because at this point, I think the deer had run away. I thought this was a really weird occurrence, and I started walking straight home once his taillights disappeared to tell my family what had just happened. As I was approaching my house, I noticed the same car had now come into my neighborhood and went down the road past my house. I had a really bad gut feeling already, and this threw me into a full panic. I ran inside, locked the doors, and called my husband while looking out the window from behind the curtains. Probably 10 minutes passed. It's 11:30 at this point, and my neighbor came home. As soon as their car pulled into the driveway across from mine, I saw the same car leave pretty fast. It seemed like he was maybe waiting, stalking down the road. My husband told me to call the police. When I called the police, I told them I thought it was a Chevy, but all I knew was that it was an older, white SUV, and they sent a patrol. While I was waiting, I saw what I believed was the same white SUV fly down the road past my house again. The police came through the neighborhood with their lights on, and as soon as the cops got near my house, the same white SUV drove away. The cop told me he saw a man fitting the description I'd given driving, so he went after him, and I never heard or saw anything since. I've been shaken up about it, and I didn't even go outside yesterday. Luckily, I have 2 cops who live in my neighborhood, but still, a scary thought of what could have happened. I want to give the benefit of the doubt that maybe he was just a neighbor or dropping off a neighbor. But my husband and I have circled our neighborhood a few times over the past couple of days, and I have not seen a car like the one from that night. I'm still hoping that I was just being paranoid from smoking that night and or grief, stress because I learned a loved one had died that day. If that man's intentions were what I thought they were, then that's even scarier. I want to believe it was just me panicking, but what do you think about all this?
I moved to the U.S. for a postdoctoral fellowship in Baltimore, Maryland. This is a city where Black women regularly disappear. And recently, a serial killer named Joe Metheny was outed in Baltimore as feeding his victims at the local butcher shop he ran. This story happened to me in 2019. It's not related to Joe Metheny, who died in 2017. Compared to my home country, the weather on the U.S. East Coast is hot and muggy, so I used to dip out of the lab to take walks in a nearby park during office hours. I did this maybe 50 times, exploring the vast park and its river, its bottom piece and upper trails. It is not too secluded, and you could usually spot people jogging, which put me at ease. Nevertheless, it is Baltimore, and the crime is infamous. I had several hairy encounters in my time there. Ironically, more in Washington, D.C., which is about an hour away. Now, one day I'm sitting at the bottom of the local park in the sun. It's maybe 4 p.m., and I need to go back to work soon. Suddenly, I see a stranger in the distance. This is the first time that I've seen someone down here, as the bottom part is very secluded. But as I described above, you can spot joggers along the trails surrounding the bottom part, so it's not too isolated, in my opinion. But I immediately sense that something is very wrong. He's staring at me and not moving. And he starts talking to me, showing me a sort of map that he's holding with his right arm extended out towards me. And he asks me to come over and show him where we are on the map. I'm frozen and extremely scared. Something about the situation is very off, and I've been all over the world, but this is a first. Something about him is just wrong. I then notice something truly disturbing. In his other hand, which is elevated, he's holding a very large rock. He keeps telling me to come over and to show him something on the map. I freak out, because to get away, there's only to run around him or run backwards and deeper into the bottom of the park. I shouted, "No," and miraculously, he lowered his arm for a moment, allowing me to run past him. I ran and ran and ran until I was back to campus. I really wanted to call the cops and report this, as I know that I came very close to being another statistic in a city where people regularly disappear. Because I was technically supposed to be at work, I never reported this to anyone except my closest friend, who believes I was indeed faced with evil.
I'm female, and I was 8 when I lived in a small town, the kind that only has one stoplight. It was summer, and I'd walked 2 blocks just to return a DVD before stopping for a snow cone on the way home. I was half a block from my house when I saw a car turn off the highway, and my gut immediately dropped. I sped up, but I didn't know why until I noticed the car also speeding up. When it blew through the stop sign on the street behind me, I dropped my snow cone and hauled ass. This car drifted around the corner, nearly hitting me as I cut across my neighbor's yard and into mine. I ran inside and locked the door behind me. My parents shared a car, so there were no vehicles out front. It looked as if nobody was home. Mom was washing her hair in the bathroom when I ran in. I was completely out of breath. All I could say was, "Someone's at the door." She was confused by the panic in my voice as I tried to get the words out. Maybe 60 seconds later, there was a knock at the door. Mom answered it, hair soaking wet and scolding me, thinking I'd done something wrong. The man was surprised, but asked if my dad was home, acting as if everything were normal. I yelled, "That's him." Mom didn't understand, but the guy ran off. When my stepdad came home, I asked if he knew anyone by that description, but he didn't think so. He just said to be careful and blew the whole thing off. Thought I was exaggerating. A week later, I was leaving my grandparents' house and preparing to walk home when I saw that car again. I could see the silhouette of someone peeking over their shoulder, looking back at me. I froze, but as soon as he reached for his handle, I booked it back to my grandparents and began banging on their door. This time, my grandfather saw the guy get back into his car and take off. I wasn't allowed to walk alone for a while. I still have no idea who the guy was. I never saw him again, but I'll never forget his face. This happened the summer of my sophomore year of college, when I was 20. I'd stayed in the area rather than going home for the summer with some of my roommates. Being that I was in a relatively safe area, Santa Barbara, California, I went out for a 4-mile run after dark. About halfway through the run, I noticed someone biking behind me, so I occasionally glanced back to check on them. I was on a relatively main road at this point, so luckily, for the most part, I wasn't alone with this guy. I only made 2 turns that he copied me on, so I wasn't convinced at this point that he was following me. The thing that freaked me out, though, was he was matching my pace perfectly. And keep in mind, I'm not a fast runner. A bike should easily surpass my pace. So I finally got to a point about half a mile away from my apartment where I'll have to turn off the main road to get home. I decided to play it safe. Nothing like this has happened to me before. And I go into a gas station to call a roommate to pick me up. I was nearly hyperventilating at this point, so it was even more comforting that I recognized the cashier who went to my college. Thankfully, my roommate answered and was a short drive away, so he headed straight over. When I walked out of the gas station, I noticed the biker standing by his bike on the corner opposite the gas station. And as soon as I got into the car, he jumped on his bike and pedaled off. So this happened a few years ago. Me and my younger sister were walking our dog, and we were walking in a kind of sketchy part of our neighborhood. I know it pretty well, so I didn't feel unsafe at the time. However, as me and my sister were walking down a street that connected to some back paths in the neighborhood, this old white truck with a guy probably in his 40s drove past the street, looked at us, then backed up, and slowly drove down the street that we were on. He parked right in front of the path that we had to walk down to get out of that street. He kept staring at us as we walked down the street. I began to get more worried, as me and my sister were quite young at the time. We were probably around 10 and 12. I had watched a few true crime shows at the time, so I knew not to go anywhere near him. We ended up walking in a ditch by the paths because I figured this was safer than walking up on the street because cars couldn't go down the paths. We ended up being okay, and thankfully, he didn't follow us after we got on the path. To this day, it still freaks me out because we were so young, and who knew what he wanted to do. I'm a 28-year-old female. My partner is a 28-year-old male. We've lived in our townhouse for 3 years, and on the first day, the neighbors across from us introduced themselves. They are empty nesters in their late 50s, very warm and welcoming, and they said to let them know if we need anything. The wife, we'll call her S, she said that she's really into nature and liked to watch the wildlife a lot, and that's why they have all the cameras facing the street. We didn't think much of it at the time, but looking back, this should have freaked us out. Especially considering we live in fucking suburbia, where the closest thing to nature is a squirrel or a rogue coyote. The husband works from home, but he's not the issue. It's the wife. S is disabled. She can't drive, and she's a hermit. They literally never leave the house. Almost immediately, we learned looking at nature was actually code for a nosy neighbor bordering on Peeping Tom. The layout of our townhouses are important. Our place is the reverse mirror of the neighbors. And they're close enough where I could throw a rock and almost hit their house. Both homes are on the second story with garages underneath, meaning we share a clear view of each other, and our only windows are facing their house, since the other side shares a wall with the other neighbors. S primarily remains stationed on the couch in front of their patio door. If anything happens outside, she runs to the patio window and stares out with her face pressed to the glass. Whether it's a car, someone walking their dog, or a delivery truck, she's always there, watching. At first, we brushed it off as her being bored or stir-crazy from constantly being at home. But over time, I started becoming annoyed, while my son brushed it off, thinking of her as harmless. Except the closer we got to these neighbors, the worse it became. I only say close because S added me on Facebook, and we exchanged numbers when she offered to let our guests park in her driveway. Like most boomers, she immediately likes and comments on everything I post, which, fine, that's not a huge deal. But then I'll post a vacation picture, and her comment will be something like, "Makes sense why you're not home." Or, with a picture of us outside, she'll say, "Oh, that's why you were out there." It's just weird shit. A few months after we moved in, S messaged me saying the place that she and her husband camp every summer is actually a nudist campground. It's the Ponderosa Sun Club, if anyone is curious. She sent the link and said to let her know what I thought. She also casually mentioned they do tasteful boudoir photo shoots, pretty early into knowing them. I'm not judging, they can do whatever they want. The fact that she told me when we don't have that kind of relationship just rubbed me the wrong way. We still aren't sure what she meant by "let me know what you think." Did you want to see if we're judgmental or if we're interested? To put it bluntly, they are a kooky, nerdy, frumpy couple in their late 50s, while my partner and I are decently attractive people. The friends we've told joked they might have the hots for us, since S primarily wears a shirt that barely falls past her butt. Oh, but back to the Peeping Tom aspect. She's constantly looking out the window. I can illegally park my car in the street for a few seconds, and she'll instantly text that I can use her parking spot if needed. If I stay home from work, she'll text asking if I'm okay. She'll watch us all day, whether we're putting up Christmas lights or vacuuming our cars in the driveway. She even waits to water her plants until I'm watering mine. We can't even enjoy our patio because she just stares at us the whole time. The part that sucks the most is that I'm a houseplant hobbyist, and I was really excited to move here because the windows all face south, which is wonderful for my plants. But if I open the blinds, she can see everything. Her only camera literally sits on the window ledge, facing my house. We put sticker privacy glass on the bedroom windows so that we could at least open the blinds in the morning. Last winter, I found her hidden nature camera on public property near the spot where we walk our dog. I got so angry that I knocked it off and buried it in the snow. A few days later, the camera on the window ledge was turned towards the street, but now it's back on our house. On Google Street View, you can see her standing in the window, staring at the Google car. She's always there. I'm becoming progressively more furious about this, and I feel like a spectacle in my own damn house. Yesterday was the final straw when my partner and I pulled into the driveway. I immediately walked inside with my back to their house, and since I felt sick, I was wearing a mask. Before I could even get up the stairs, S texted me, asking if I needed any soup or ibuprofen. I just burst into tears. I feel so violated in my own home. And I don't know how to set a boundary with her, or if it's even possible. My partner and I hypothesized that S may have mentioned her nature watching so early on because of something that happened in the past. Like, maybe one of the previous tenants got pissed at her for being so nosy. They own their townhouse, and we're renting ours. I love our home. The rent is affordable. The location is great. I genuinely don't know what to say without making it awkward. It doesn't help that she is actually very kind. Once, while they were at the nudist colony, I was getting their mail, and she gave me a $100 Visa gift card as a thank you. Her husband jumped my car when the battery died, and she's given me flowers for our patio. Her kindness is what's prevented me from blowing up so far, but I'm at my wit's end, and I really don't want to move. Hey everyone. I have a ton of stories about the time I lived in Scotland with my friend Jane, and what I'm about to tell you is far more terrifying than ghosts. Jane and I used to go dancing at nightclubs near Buchanan, a popular area in Glasgow. We used to meet nice people there. They were usually drunk, but funny and harmless, all except for Kyle. Kyle kept staring at Jane with a really weird look. So I pretended to be her brother. It didn't discourage him, though. He started overtly hitting on her while waving around his glass of whiskey. It clearly bothered her to be approached like this. He showed no respect for her personal space. Jane tried laughing to lighten the mood, without success. I eventually broke off the conversation, but Kyle and his dumb friend followed us everywhere. Then he crossed the line by taking a secret picture of Jane. I didn't want to get kicked out of a place that we liked, so, in a soft, no-pressure way, I kindly asked him to stop, and he actually seemed okay. While we were dancing with Jane, Kyle made the gesture of moving his fingers across his throat, and she totally lost it. Once she told me, we immediately ran away and we hid from Kyle, who also wasn't showing himself for the moment. When the club closed, Jane and I went to get fast food while waiting for the bus. She was feeling very uncomfortable after our experience. She actually survived an attempt on her life when an ex-boyfriend's brother tried to stab her. He'd already killed his mother and wanted to stab Jane's ex too. Now he's in a psychiatric hospital. Knowing that she was upset, I tried to change the subject and make her laugh. But Kyle and his friend suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Their shirts were stained with blood, and as they came closer, Kyle told us of fighting a guy in the street and bragged about always carrying a knife. After the trauma Jane experienced, she wasn't susceptible to this bad boy stuff, even if he was proud of it. I asked him to leave, and the situation grew tense. He clearly wanted to hit me. Bless the guard who kicked him out. When we returned to France over a year later, we thought this incident was finally behind us, but Kyle managed to find her on Tinder. I hope we never see that loser again. This story happened about 2 months ago. My parents decided it would be a good idea to allow my younger sister and I to shop for our own clothes. They thought it would be a good experience for us. So we went to the mall. My parents gave us enough money to purchase at least one outfit. After deciding where we would meet up, they gave us a time limit and some advice on which shops to visit. I was fairly apprehensive about the whole thing. I'm a socially awkward, extremely anxious teen, and I was very paranoid of something bad happening. My sister, who's only a few years younger, was excited. She was more competent with social interactions, so I often relied on that ability. We decided to go to H&M since we were most familiar with their clothes. We took our time, ultimately deciding to return later. When we left the store, I accidentally made eye contact with a random guy who was walking off to the right, and I immediately got a really bad feeling about him. I can't really explain it, but my gut was telling me to get out of there. I started pulling my sister in the opposite direction and noticed the guy turning back towards us. I began panicking, and my sister finally noticed what was happening. I told her to keep holding my hand and quickly started walking in random patterns between the different sides of the mall. I wanted to see if he was really following us and if I could lose him. He followed our every move. He had no bags, no walkie-talkie, no phone. He was dressed in dark clothes that obscured his identity quite well. Luckily, we managed to reach the escalator, ran down the steps. By the time he reached it, we were already running into a family store to be around the employees. We didn't see the guy again, and my parents stayed with us for the remainder of the visit. I'm extremely lucky to have noticed before my sister and I were possibly hurt. Yesterday, I spent my entire day at work reading other people's stories, and now I want to share mine. My best friend Marie and I were 12. Her family had a campsite at a provincial park 2 hours away from our hometown. They spent each summer in a camper out there, and this summer I was able to spend a week with them. On my last night there, we hurried to the ice cream shop before it closed. It was early evening, and we were just starting to lose light. The path was down a short slope with 10 feet of thick brush between it and the road. On the other side of our path was the forest. We walked along, not seeing anyone else. We hear a sudden rustling and snapping of branches, similar to the sound of maybe a deer moving through the woods. I wouldn't have thought anything of it, but then the sound of running footsteps follows. Marie glances back and suddenly grabs my arm, urging me under her breath not to look back. At the same time, the running stops. I don't know why I didn't ignore her and just look for myself. I guess I could sense the very real fear in her voice and chose to listen. We both start to panic, getting that feeling like you're running up the stairs after turning off the basement light. We pick up speed as much as we can without breaking into a sprint, knowing that the ice cream shop is only about a minute walk from this point. The path soon breaks, and we're in the parking lot. Suddenly, Marie steers me hard to the left, heading toward the lake and the boat rental, instead of continuing straight to the ice cream shop, and I go along with it, silently, understanding ice cream is no longer an interest right now. Marie is clearly panicking at this point. We're both looking around, but it seems that whatever scared her is nowhere in sight at this point. Marie walks up to the boat rental and gets us a kayak. We climb in and we begin to paddle out into the middle of the lake. As we paddle, she tells me there was a man behind us, and that the man had stopped running at us very abruptly upon making eye contact with her. He'd been wearing a long black coat with a hood up, despite it being the middle of July. He had a terrible smirk on his face, and she swore that as he stopped running, she saw him put something shiny away into his coat. He appears to have just emerged out of the bushes after we walked past, given the sound we heard right before he came running onto the path. We reach the center of the lake and stop paddling. I pull out my Nokia brick phone that my parents, thank God, had given me just in case. I hand it to Marie and tell her to call her parents to come pick us up. As the phone rings, I see her look out past me to the shore and go pale. Lifting a hand to point to what she's seeing, I turn, and there was the man, stalking his way around the path that circled the edge of the lake. staring out at us. We sat in the middle of the lake and watched him do 2 full laps, never looking away from us, before finally disappearing. It took a few tries to get a hold of her family. We were freaking out so bad the whole time as the sun got lower and lower. We did manage to have someone come with the truck, but by the time we reached the shore, it was pretty dark outside. I don't know what we would have done if we hadn't been able to call for a ride. Looking back, I don't know why we didn't just go to the ice cream shop, inform an adult there, and ask her parents to come get us then. But it worked out. We got back safe, and we thankfully never saw the man again.